3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. If for some ungodly reason you still have the boredom to watch this show, welcome to the 14th edition of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Victor Krajnik.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wassalaikum assalam. First of all, we remind you that this particular show exists solely because you support it, so please give sheklim. I still need a little bit more sheklim so I can buy another hard drive so I can render more episodes like these.
Yes, we receive all currencies, including...
not Dogecoin, though.
No crypto, please. Not Dogecoin.
We remind you that if you want to curse at us or send us news or, God forbid, to praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We try really, really hard to read them. Speaking of crypto, I think I'm going to need a little bit of crypto. So I can maintain the BitChute channel, because sometimes that's really goddamn useful, considering that YouTube, oftentimes decides to be stupid in public. So there's that. Alrighty, let's go to my favorite piece of news. For this, it's a kind of a breaking news, because we also have data, real world data to show the trends in Californian politics. So MSN recall effort to oust California Governor Gavin Newsom officially has enough signatures. The effort to recall the governor became official on Monday, with state officials saying that the campaign had collected 1.6 million valid signatures. The announcement from the Secretary of State's office comes days after Caitlyn Jenner, the former Olympian, longtime Republican and tranny activist, announced that he was joining the race as a compassionate disruptor. Other challengers include former San Diego Mayor Kevin Faulconer and John Cox, a businessman who ran against Newsom in 2018 and lost by double digits. A recent poll by the Public Policy Institute of California, a non-partisan think tank, found that the former mayor of San Francisco and lieutenant governor was well positioned to defeat the effort. 56% of likely voters did not support the campaign, while 40% wanted him out. The Secretary of State's office said the people who signed the recall petition have 30 days to remove their names from it. The state's finance department then develops a cost estimate before Newsom's lieutenant governor sets a date for the election. There have been dozens of efforts to recall governors in the state over the last century. A successful recall in 2003 saw actor Arnold Schwarzenegger oust then-Governor Gray Davis amid a power crisis. Other figures to challenge Davis included the publisher of Hustler magazine, Larry Flint, and former child actor Gary Coleman, and an adult film star.
Now, let me tell you something. If you don't like Caitlyn Jenner going for the seat of the governor, you can suck his dick.
Whoever disagrees with Caitlyn Jenner for governor, he can suck the Madam Governor's dick. Now, this particular article, quotes figures from a non-partisan think tank, and they saw, right? So we have our own non-partisan think tank. So the Freedom Alternative Network issued a poll which asked likely voters, should Jenner be the next Reichsführer in California, replacing Mussolini? 13% of likely voters said yes, 4.55% said bien sûr, 60.80% said jawohl, and 21.59% said that they are transphobic bigots and need to be sent to the camp. So therefore, there's a 60% chance that Jenner will be the next Reichsführer of California. It's a non-partisan figure, right? We had on our website. It's a very serious voting. Now, on a more serious note, no, Jenner is not going to be the next governor for California, but that would be glorious if that were to happen. Compassionate disruptor. I mean, he has a point.
Yeah.
That's really the reason he's running to begin with.
Well, it depends. If they don't elect Jenner to be governor, then you can all call them transphobes.
Of course,
so something which totally works just in California and probably in Oregon.
Well, in fairness, I mean, California voted in a ballot initiative against gay marriage about 1 year before the Supreme Court decided to be stupid in public. And in 2020, another ballot initiative forbade affirmative action initiatives in California. So the voter base in California, especially when it's a statewide election, routinely delivers these kinds of results, which are pretty based in red pill, let's face it. So yeah, as for Jennifer Rice, I don't know. I mean, that would be fun. I have to admit, it would be fun. Especially that you can just poke fun at the intersectionalists, right?
Actually, a bit more optimistic than you are, considering that even as the article says, Arnold Schwarzenegger, which was also Republican at that point, won also due to a recall against Gray Davis. So it's not exactly that far-fetched, considering that the opposition. So who exactly are they? There's that guy who lost by double digits against Newsom. So yeah, there's that, and there's that other person who I personally never heard about.
Yeah, well, it still remains to be seen. But if I recall correctly, it's first it's the referendum on whether to oust Newsom or not, and then it's the election, right? So you know, a lot of things can change. Assuming that the effort succeeds and the referendum passes, then there will be an electoral campaign, very likely towards the end of 2021 or maybe even early 22. So it's there's plenty of time until the election to see who's able to win in California. But yeah, I think the Republicans should just troll the state into oblivion and support Jenner just for kicks. I mean, seriously, just for kicks.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, well, and not just that, but with this governor election, we can also see how much did California turn red during the election, even though all the statewide media said that no, it's a completely deep blue state, but there are some.
I think Donald Trump got like 39 or 40% of the vote in California. It doesn't sound like very deep blue to me. I'm just saying.
Yep, and not only that, but
and Republicans also flipped multiple seats in California. Yeah,
exactly. They flipped multiple countries which were deep blue into being light red, but still, it's a significant jump. So if Jenner goes, there may be some support. It's not that unlikely of a scenario.
And with the addition of this particular fluffy cough, a lot of Californians suddenly found out in a very direct fashion just how insane the gun control laws are, because most of them were like, I think we're going to need a gun for this crisis, and they went to buy one and found out that they have to wait like 3 months and all sorts of bureaucratic gobbledygook and claptrap, and they were like, oh, but this is crazy. And to their credit, the gun dealers were like, who did you vote for last election? Oh, that guy. Well, that's the guy who wrote the bill. So you voted for this shit. Now wait.
You got to appreciate the American spirit of civil disobedience towards these insane rules. Not to mention that California, compared to other states, are at the very top. They're the ones that started with California compliant guns. For example, an AK-47 is not only manual action, like we're back in the 1900s, but it also has a maximum of 5 bullets or 10. I'm pretty sure it's 5. A manual action.
I haven't seen a California compliant AK-47.
I did see a California compliant AK-47, but they got rid of it pretty quickly. It was a shooting range in Bucharest that had it.
Really? With 5 rounds?
I'm pretty sure that one was with 10, but it was based on the old rules, which was still allowed with 10.
Christ almighty. So yeah, Jennifer Rice to replace Mussolini. Now, in fairness, if Newsom wins the referendum, then at least until 2026, I will not cover any negative news from California unless it's for comedy purposes, because you deserve it. It's that simple. I mean, if you still vote for Newsom, you deserve it. It's really that simple. Considering
what you had to go through because of Newsom, like getting your electricity shut in the middle of summer because you had an illegal gathering.
Yeah, if you still vote for that guy, then it's your fault, and that's okay.
And you deserve what's happening to you.
Yeah, Sticking around in California, Breitbart, city of Los Angeles accused of hiding the homeless ahead of the Oscars. They kicked everybody out of Union Station so it looks better for the image. The celebrity-studded ceremony is being held at Union Station in LA, an area bedeviled by homelessness. But on Sunday, the homeless will not be seen anywhere near Union Station, according to a report by Fox 11 LA. They came to us about a week ago saying that we had to move by Friday 6 p.m. because they were trying to clean up for the Oscars, and they told us if we didn't move, then they were gonna just demolish our stuff, DJ said, a man living in a tent in LA. They forced us to go to the Grand Hotel on 3rd and Figueroa, and they kicked out everybody out of the Union Station, so it looks better for the image. Andy Bales of Union Rescue Mission, an organization dedicated to helping the homeless, told Fox 11 that anytime there is a big national event, the city tries to sweep the homeless under the rug. We shouldn't be about putting a good show, we should be about doing good for our brothers and sisters who are suffering on our streets, he said. Los Angeles City Council member Kevin DeLeon denied the claim, saying that while the 93rd Academy Awards are being held at Union Station this year, and despite irresponsible rumors, no unhoused residents are being forced to relocate. I'm sure that's bollocks. A massive wall of security fencing has been erected around the event venue. While the homeless get ushered elsewhere, celebrities present at the Oscars are on Sunday can enjoy gift bags containing freely sanctioned designer skin creams, gold-plated cannabis vaporizers, affirmation candles, and vegan bubble bath and IV vitamin infusions, and more, according to a report by the New York Times, a former newspaper. Now, this is kind of like back in communism in Romania. So, clean up because the great comrade is coming, and it has to look great.
Ceaușescu and Ceaușescu.
Yeah, when the dear leader and his dear wife, the smartest woman on earth or something, professor, doctor, academician, whatever, when they were arriving anywhere, everything had to be cleansed. Suddenly there were no homeless people, there were no disabled people, there was nothing that was untoward. If necessary, all the buildings would be repainted, everything would be made to look shiny. It doesn't have to be good, it just has to look shiny.
Yeah, it's all about the image.
It's all about the image, so to look good for especially if there were rumors that the Comrade Ceaușescu and his wife were to come with the filming crew. Then it would be double work to make sure everything looks impeccable for the image. It's kind of like this.
Yeah, and based on the ratings of the last Oscars, then they may have done a good job, but the hatred is so intense that the audience just
8 million?
Just got flattened like the COVID curve.
8 million people watched these, or 9, something like that.
Somewhere around 9.6 million watched it.
It was below 10 anyway. The friendly reminder, 10 years ago, 56 million people watched the Oscars. And 20 years ago, when streaming and internet weren't a thing, 100 million people watched the Oscars.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, maybe there's something you guys are doing wrong. Maybe. It could be the leftism.
Yeah, and they haven't stopped. Especially the most recent scandal was with initially some award that should have been supposed to be given to Chadwick Boseman, who was in Black Panther and died due to some cancer, I remember. The award went to Anthony Hopkins, Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, and everybody lost their shit. But even Chadwick Boseman's family said that he actually deserves that award more than Chadwick Boseman did. So it was never about performance; it was all about looking good. And apparently, Sir Anthony Hopkins getting that prize was a sort of covert racism.
In fairness, Sir Anthony Hopkins said that he didn't expect to get the prize. He was like, "I'm 83-year-old. I didn't really expect it." That's why he wasn't even at the gala. I mean, he broadcast it through Skype from his mansion in Ireland, I think, or Scotland, or whatever. But still, I mean, the fact that the Oscars are all about performative anti-racism, let's put it this way, this has been a thing for more than 10 years, of course, so it's not exactly a surprise. But what is a surprise is that now the press is willing to talk about things like these, you know, clean up the homeless, repaint the building a little bit, put a huge wall fencing. You know, I mean, if you're all about an open world with no borders, then why the walls? Let's have a public event. Why not? What are you afraid of? They might get COVID. Right.
They might get the poof.
Yeah, so you know, it's due to the pandemic, of course. Even though, in fairness, I've seen a few photos taken from very far away from the event. The fencing was not as harsh as last year. So in a way, maybe the pandemic flattened their walls a little bit. But you know, why don't you try with no walls? It's an open world, a borderless world, so why do you need a wall? Especially around Union Station, which should be a public place. So, you know, try that. Let's see how the plebs appreciate their elites. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, in Europe there have just been elections in Albania, in Bulgaria. In Bulgaria is going to have again elections. Soon enough there will be in Armenia, but soon enough it's going to be in Germany. And the events are without walls, I'm just saying. So, you know, try that. Well, except Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel is probably going to have walled-in events. Perfectly understandable. I'd do exactly the same if I were Angela Merkel with her resume. But yeah, vegan bubble bath. What's that? Affirmation candles. I have no idea what these things are. IV vitamin infusions. Okay, I know that, but yeah. So what's a vegan bubble bath? I'm serious. I did not take the time to Google this before starting taping this episode. What the hell is that?
It could be something like those vegan soaps which do not use any sort of animal fat in order to be against animal cruelty or some stuff like that.
It's a bubble.
That's my bet.
Okay, fair enough, but it's a bubble bath. What's exactly what animal related to it that?
Well, I'm thinking that probably could be animal gelatin meant to keep the
Yeah, could be
the mass together. But still, seriously, being a bubble bath of all things, it's not like everybody buys bubble bath as much as they buy soap, for example.
Gold-plated cannabis vaporizers. Okay, I guess that's kind of the kind of kitsch that I would expect from the Ceaușescu husband. So why not Oscar stars? It's the kind of Soviet kitsch that I could definitely see. I don't know. I could see Gorbachev doing that and Ceaușescu. Maybe not in Verhoja, but you know, I could see a few Soviet Eastern Bloc leaders doing that.
Yeah, but didn't Gorbachev had a custom-made shotgun that ended up on some U.S. auction, which went for really hundreds of thousands of dollars, which nobody expected. Well, that's more based of a gift of that than a gold-plated cannabis vaporizer.
Well, you know, every set of elites has its own values. So, you know, at least Gorbachev liked guns, you know, like normal men. But he's being soys, you know? Drugged up soys, to be more precise. Now, since we were speaking about the Soviet Union, I should have gotten my. I have a very nice insignia with the Glasnosti и Perestroiki. Made in the Soviet Union, launched for sale in the USSR in 1983, and a friend very close to the sofa donated those to me because they're like, you're the only person that I know that could appreciate these things. Anyway, sticking to the United States, Associated Press, Arkansas lawmakers enact transgender youth treatment ban. Arkansas lawmakers on Tuesday made the state the first to ban gender-confirming treatments and surgery for transgender youth, enacting the prohibition over the governor's objections. The Republican-controlled House and Senate voted to override the GOP Governor Asa Hutchinson's veto of the measure, which prohibits doctors from providing gender-confirming hormone treatment, puberty blockers, or surgery to anyone under 18 years old, or from referring them to other providers for the treatment. Opponents of the measures have vowed vowed to sue to block the ban before it takes effect this summer. Hutchinson vetoed the bill on Monday following pleas from pediatricians, social workers and the parents of transgender youth who said the measure would harm a community already at risk for depression and suicide. The ban was opposed by several medical and child welfare groups, including the American Academy of Pediatricians. The legislation perpetuates the very things we know are harmful to trans youth, Dr. Robert Garofalo, division head of adolescent and young adult medicine at Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago, told reporters on press conference call held by Human Rights Campaign. They're not just anti-trans, they're anti-science, they're anti-public health. Now, I'm sorry, Chicago, I think, is not in Arkansas. I mean, I'm not very good at US geography, but having been to both states, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what stuck to me. Why is the guy in Chicago talking about something that's happening in Arkansas?
The bill's sponsor dismissed opposition from medical groups and compared the restriction to other limits the state places on minors, such as prohibiting them from drinking, which they don't in Arkansas, but let's skip that. They need to get to be 18 before they make those decisions, Republican Representative Robin Lundstrom said. The Family Council, a conservative group that backed the measure, praised lawmakers for enacting historic legislation. Hutchinson said the measure went too far in interfering with parents and physicians and noted that it will cut off care for transgender youth already receiving treatment. He said he would have signed the bill if it had focused only on gender-confirming surgery, which currently isn't performed on minors in the state. I do hope my veto will cause my Republican colleagues across the country to resist the temptation to put the state in the middle of every decision made by parents and healthcare professionals, Hutchinson said in a statement after the vote. This is a very controversial statement. I'll explain in a minute. The law will take effect in late July at the earliest. The American Civil Liberties Union said it planned to challenge the measure before then.
Of course.
This is a sad day for Arkansas, but this fight is not over and we're in it for the long haul, said Holly Dixon, ACLU of Arkansas's executive director, in a statement. The override, which needed only a simple majority, passed easily in both chambers, with the House voting 72 to 25 in favor and the Senate 25 to 8. The ban was enacted during a year in which bills targeting transgender people have advanced easily in Arkansas and other states. Hutchinson recently signed legislation banning transgender women and girls from competing on teams consistent with their gender identity, a prohibition that also has been enacted in Tennessee and Mississippi this year. For normal people, basically the governor banned boys from running in girls' competitions. Hutchinson also recently signed legislation that allows doctors to refuse to treat someone because of moral or religious objections, and the legislature isn't showing signs of letting up. Another bill advanced by a House committee earlier Tuesday would prevent schools from requiring teachers to refer to their students by their preferred pronouns or titles. The Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ rights group, said more than 100 bills have been filed in state houses around the country targeting the transgender community. Similar treatment bans have been proposed in at least 20 states. The foundation, established by the family of Bentonville-based Walmart's founder, on Tuesday raised concerns about the recent measures in Arkansas. This trend is harmful and sends the wrong message to those willing to invest in or visit our state, Tom Walton with the Walton Family Foundation said in a statement released before the override vote. One lawmaker opposed to the measure compared it to the anti-integration bills in Arkansas's legislature that passed in 1958 in opposition to the previous year's desegregation Little Rock Central High School. What I see in this bill is the most powerful, again bullying the most vulnerable people in our state, Democrat Senator Clark Tucker said before the vote. Okay, so this is a very long conversation that, well, let's get zucked on YouTube, because why not? So yeah, it's a great trend. Now, let's start with this comparison. But it's like 1958 Little Rock Central all over again. No. No. First of all, blacks in 1958, just like blacks in present day, or blacks in 1858 for that matter, did not have a choice not to be black. Also, the lawmaker that is making this insane and unwanted comparison may remember that in 1958 the culprit was a man named Orville Faubus, who was a Democrat and the governor of Arkansas at the time. And the whole thing was Democrat supported, Democrat voted, Democrat enacted, and flattened by the Supreme Court of the United States in the case known as Brown versus Board of Education. Now, in fairness, the whole 1958 Little Rock Central High School issue was a clusterfuck. I mean, the Arkansas Democrats were a bunch of loonies, but the Brown versus Board of Education case was also wrongly decided, and Dr. Thomas Sowell may explain that to you in the book Intellectuals and Race, which you of course should read, because it's a very nice piece of history, and it goes through the entire jurisprudence and explains why that decision made a lot more harm than good. So anyway, the whole comparison is utter nonsense. Oh, but it's 1958 all over. No, because you can make that comparison inside your own party, sir. Right? So don't talk to normal people about these things.
Yeah, but it's like people forgot that the Democrats were the ones who were the overtly racist political party.
They still are.
They still are, but in a sort of backdoor way.
Yeah, this time around they harm minorities by pretending to hate white people. At least back in the 1950s, they were a little bit more honest. So I'm just saying. Now, let's go back to this controversial statement made by... there you go. So I hope my veto will cause my Republican colleagues to resist the temptation to put the state in the middle of every decision made by parents and healthcare professionals. This would be fine and dandy if this were a discussion about decisions made by parents and healthcare professionals. But the problem is that it's not. Oftentimes, healthcare professionals, via bullying and blackmail and all sorts of
manipulation tactics,
they're forbidden from doing what's right. I will remind you an article from 2015, I think, or 16, published by New York Magazine, about a healthcare professional, one of the top tier psychiatrists in Canada, got his career destroyed for a while. Then he came back, but for a while, because he tried to study what happens if you don't inject children with hormones and don't go through this whole gender confirming bullshit, but instead try your best as a psychiatrist to do what is right, namely to try to adjust the mind to reality rather than reality to the mind. And lo and behold, he was starting to have good results, and eventually he ended up, he didn't intend that, but he ended up proving that even doing nothing yields better results. If you combine that with some proper psychiatric therapy, you can go as far as like 95% of children who exhibit gender confusion, they stop exhibiting gender confusion by the age of 16. So, I would be fine with this particular stance by Governor Hutchinson if this were permitted, and if proper science were to be allowed to follow its course. But it's not.
No, it's not, and it's obvious has been politicized, and with this statement, she has a very elephant Republican perspective to it, as to not involve the state between the parents and healthcare professionals and the decisions. And no, it's not about that one. It was never about that one. It was all about strong lobbies with very dubious interest at best, if not overt.
And dubious funding.
And dubious funding, but that's in the best case scenario if they're not actually malintentioned, particularly on the transgender subject, which is why they're crying so much. Well, it sounds to me like they're the ones causing the problem, they're the ones bitching when somebody tries to solve it by not allowing the society to continue.
And again, quite frankly, the whole quote-unquote science around quote-unquote transgender people is dubious and suspect. But at the same time, at least when we're talking about adults, adults have the unalienable right to be stupid in public. But children don't. Now, you don't like it, fair enough. Then let's change, let's adjust things. Let's have the age of majority lowered to 16. There you go. I don't want that either. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't be partially pregnant, right? So you either reach the age of majority or you don't. You can't be partially pregnant, especially not with permanent decisions, right? Because let's say he was given the example with drinking. Now, quite frankly, the drinking should be allowed a lot earlier, and in a lot of U.S. states, including Arkansas, they actually do tolerate drinking from the age of 12, 13, 14, depends on the county. It's a little bit more complicated. Alabama, of course, doesn't even have a minimum drinking age at all. But at least with drinking, unless it becomes chronicle, and it rarely does in the case of minors, even if you get drunk 50 times when you're 12, the permanent long-standing effects are roughly zero. Now, of course, there are a few exceptions here and there, but roughly speaking, right, as a statistical norm, the negative effects long-term are zero. Right? There aren't that many consequences. However, with this particular type of choice, right, well, I'm sorry, but the permanent effects are terrible. They are.
Yeah.
And no, limiting it, like Governor Hutchinson said, well, maybe we should only limit to surgery. No.
So surgery, which doesn't exactly happen, so it's exactly a non-measure.
No, it should not be limited just to surgery. I mean, the whole assumption around the pushed by the transgenderist lobby is that puberty blockers are without side effects, which is a lie. They're not without side effects. And no, you can't just pause natural puberty and they say, oh, well, if the teenager changes his mind or her mind, they can just get off the puberty blockers and then things go progress naturally just 1 or 2 years later. That's not how this works.
That's not how nature works, and that's exactly why the transgender population, as tiny as it is, exhibits such significant suicide rates, like 41% of them over a period of 5 years. And end up committing suicide. It's because you're fucking with something called nature, which is something that you people missed.
Yeah, well, they only like nature if we're talking plants, but suddenly if we're talking humans, then nature is not that important. Well, it is. It is. And hormone development has a decisive word to say, right? It has a decisive influence on an individual's mental health. It just is what it is. I mean, I didn't make the rules. I just got here. Several tens of thousands of years of evolution, or God, if you want.
More like it's not even tens of thousands of years.
It could be millions.
In terms of humanity, you're talking about at least 200,000 years.
It could be millions, because most of this system of hormones we inherited from pre-humans, right? So it could be millions of years of evolution, or God. I don't care how you believe we got here, but we didn't make the rules, we just got here. That's important. And coming with this mentality that the world starts and ends with our lifetimes is what leads to these kinds of degeneracies, right? The world doesn't start with you, the world doesn't end with you. There are things that you cannot change. And if you try to change, make sure at the very least that you try to change with people who understand the consequences. That is to say, not children.
Oh, yeah.
Is that so complicated? Well, of course it's complicated, because it's a billions of dollars industry just in transgender youth alone, and just in the US alone.
You got the pharma lobby, which also sells the medicine. Then you got the LGBTQ lobby, which makes money off the crisis. Let's not fool ourselves.
Of course. And then you have, of course, the practitioners and the insurers who take in a lot of money, especially in Europe, where they convinced a lot of state insurers to cover some of this nonsense. Although, in fairness, there has been a much more vigorous resistance in terms of minors in Europe, with the exception of the United Kingdom. And now there's
and now they're shitting themselves.
Well, suddenly when the numbers came out, actually, same thing in Sweden. Last summer or last autumn, there was a huge scandal in Sweden about this, and Sweden is going to be the next Arkansas, basically. I mean, as soon as the next Riksdag convenes, there's going to be a measure like this in Sweden. Trust me, there will be, because look. Nobody can say, and again, if it were up to me, this would have never been permitted to begin with. No, you don't get to fuck around with children's hormones for an experiment or for an idea. No, you don't. But since it was permitted in some places, at least now we have objective data that is wrong. And it's long overdue to stop something that we know it's wrong, we can prove it's wrong, and it's obviously wrong.
Yeah, and it has been wrong not just in the recent cases, as I mentioned with the transgender suicides, but you can go all the way back to where it started with the Dr. Mud experiment. And remember that.
Oh, that Australian pedo. Sorry, New Zealander pedo. He was from Wellington. Yeah.
No, I was talking about Dr. Money D experiment that launched the transgender treatment.
Yes, Dr. John Money.
Yeah, Dr. John Money.
And it was made on a child, and then on multiple children. And he was a pedophile as well.
Yeah, not only that he was a pedophile, but just to recap for those who may have probably joined us later and didn't see the previous episodes, what actually happened after he finished his experiment is that the twin brother, which was born without a penis and became a woman, then became a man back again, committed suicide, and a few years later, his twin brother also committed suicide.
His twin brother was a schizophrenic. Inherited from the parents, so it was already a troubled family. This is another aspect indeed, because Governor Hutchinson says, well, we intervene between a decision made by parents and mental health practitioners. Now, I'm sorry, the parents, it all started with two parents who are already not quite well, who, one of their kid got born apparently healthy, but it was botched circumcision. He wasn't born without a penis. It was botched circumcision. So one huge medical mistake. By the way, circumcision on minors, absolutely haram. Sorry. Then the other one got born with schizophrenia, inherited genetically from the parents. So that's another huge red flag. And then comes in the pedo doctor. Okay, let's do experimentation on both of them. That's what could possibly go wrong. And I'm sorry, but in most cases, this is usually the case. Because every time I see some of these cases, especially with children, again, nothing wrong with adults. It's their business, none of my problem. But with children, almost always when I read about cases of transgender youth, as they put it, children, sorry, it's almost always the case like that, right? One parent is either an alcoholic or has a significant mental condition that is genetically transmitted, or it's a disorganized family, as we say in Romanian legislation, or it's something else, or the child starts exhibiting some elements of gender identity disorder after a certain trauma, I don't know, sees something or experiences personally or an accident, whatever. It's never, roughly normal people with ideas like these. Or more recently, they get recruited into transgender cults on the internet. Sorry, that's quite common as well.
In order to make an analogy, it's not even like putting more wood to the fire. It's like throwing a bottle of kerosene on the fire.
It's like throwing the whole canister of gasoline on it, and then on top of it some kerosene. I mean, this is crazy. And these kinds of trends, they have to continue. Oh, it sends the wrong message. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? By the way, who are the people who say it's the wrong message? The Human Rights Campaign. The Human Rights Campaign is a corporate lobbying group and a corporate pressure group. It's a corporate pressure group. It's not an NGO. It's a group. It is a special interest group that is busy bullying corporations, and sometimes they succeed, sometimes they don't. They are some of the people. They're not the only ones, of course, but they are some of the most influential people to whom we all owe the cuckdom that corporate America is, and not just corporate America, Western corporate culture in general. Most of the cuckoldry is brought in by force by these kinds of people. The Human Rights Campaign is in fact the first, not the first, but the most successful pressure group in forcing companies to adopt ideologies that are contrary to their mission. By creating their index of ranking how LGBT friendly your company is and things like that. And I know this because I have a friend who works in the industry and keeps on pressuring, not just me, but keeps on pressuring any conservative willing to hear, we should create our own groups as well. kind of like the NRA, where they rate politicians on how gun-friendly they are. Well, something like that, but we should do that for corporations. How family-friendly a corporation is. How religion-friendly a corporation is. Make it the heathen index, the corporate heathen index.
The CHI.
Yes, the CHI, the corporate heathen index, right? And you get downgraded if you have too many Muslims, right? Or no, let's make it even more religion neutral. No, you get downgraded if you have too many leftists in it.
Or if you have too many fedora tipping atheists.
Yeah, or fedora tipping atheists. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, and we should do that as well, because that's how they project legitimacy. They have no legitimacy, but that's how they project legitimacy. They create these kinds of institutions, and then they work at them relentlessly for 10 or 20 years, until they can then claim, well, we have a 20 years track record, so no, you have to take us seriously. And a lot of people, because they don't know how these things work, they fall for that, and they do take them seriously, which is precisely why we should do the same. Because it's a tool. It's neutral. The tool itself is neutral. How you use it gets a moral value. And I'm sorry, but the corporate heathen index is long overdue. I'm just saying. Anyway, moving further. Business Insider, the White House is set to launch a $1.5 billion ad campaign to win over vaccine skeptics, report says. The White House will soon launch the public relations campaign to promote COVID-19 vaccination and ease the concerns of Americans who are skeptical or hesitant to get their shots, Stat News reports. The effort will kick off within weeks, will use TV, radio, and digital means to target young Americans, people of color, and Republicans who may be more likely to be hesitant or ambivalent about getting vaccinated, the outlet said. The campaign will also educate Americans on when and how they can get vaccinated, and is expected to deploy celebrities and trusted local officials who some Americans may trust more than messengers from the Joe Biden administration. The White House declined to specify any further when the effort will be launched in response to an inquiry from the Insider. A recent poll conducted by Marist College and NPR from March the 3rd to the 8th found that, contrary to some of the conventional wisdom, Black Americans are not more likely than white Americans to say they would not be vaccinated if a vaccine was made available to them. The poll found that 49% of Republican men, 47% of 2020 Trump supporters, and 40% of white men without college degrees said they would not get a vaccine when it is made available to them. And in a focus group conducted by GOP pollster Frank Luntz, former CDC director Tom Frieden tested out methods to win over vaccine-skeptical Trump voters in real time and found success through Frieden explaining the facts about the vaccines and acknowledging that even the scientists don't know everything and uncertainty still exists, the Washington Post report. Oh, so you're saying being honest rather than being stupid in public and a disingenuous prick like Fauci is more likely to win conservatives over? Oh my goodness. Aren't you shocked? 4 sets of former presidents and first ladies, the Carters, Clintons, Bushes, and Obamas, got vaccinated on camera as part of a pro-vaccine public service message produced by the Ad Council. Despite why do all of these institutions have meme named like the Ad Council? Despite taking credit for the development of the vaccine, former President Donald Trump was conspicuously absent from the PSA and has not made any effort to persuade his supporters to get vaccinated. The New York Times, a former newspaper, reported that Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump, both of whom had COVID-19 in October, were privately vaccinated at the White House in January. Not all top public officials, including ones who could be key in winning over skeptics, have gotten the shot. Insiders Tina Sfonteles reported Monday that 22 out of the US 50 governors have not received their shot yet for varying reasons, including wanting to stick to their state's eligibility guidelines. Axios also reports that 25% of the United States Congress has not been vaccinated, even though members of Congress were among the first Americans to become eligible under the Department of Defense's continuity of government protocols. Right, so our American friends now get to see how it is to live in Romania, basically, right?
Yes, so you're going to see slogans such as "Inform yourself only from official sources."
Official sources, right? So maybe we can write to our friends at Rammstein and maybe they can create a song for Americans this time and called "We're All Living in Romania." I mean, this kind of crap was tried last year on us. It started, I believe, in May or June 2020.
Yeah, man, May 2020.
And it was, they allocated for it something like a very small amount, like 50 million euros, something like that.
The first allocation was around 20-ish million euros. Then they extended the allocation in autumn last year to 53 million euros.
Overall, it was a little bit over 200 million lei, so that's about 50 million euros, right? Sorry, 250 million lei. The thing is that at the end of the time frame, right, at the end of the fiscal year, which in Romania ends on December the 31st, about a third of the shekels remained unspent. Why?
Poisoned money.
Poisoned shekels, right? So at the first round of funding, you're right, the first 20 million euros that they deployed, almost all of them got spent even faster than the government predicted. So most of the press leapt on the opportunity to get free shekels from the government to broadcast disdainful nonsense about this particular fluffy cough, like promoting the idea that it's healthy to stay at home, which is not. But then, you know, there are people like us who live in this country as well. And slowly, it took a while, it took several months, but slowly but surely, more and more, starting first of all with the local news stations, but then slowly creeping upwards to national news stations, the editors-in-chief, the owners of newspapers, they've gotten to the idea, they've gotten accustomed to the idea that, look, your institution will still have to be financially alive after the pandemic as well. And you can't do that if your credibility has been, well, burned at the stake, just so you can get some free shekels from the government, right? So by the end of 2020, again, at least a third, if not even more than, slightly more than a third of the money allocated by the government remained unspent, and as a result the program was not prolonged for the third phase that was supposed to be in 2021. It got cancelled altogether because the press be like, you know what, no. And it's especially true, and I'll tell you this because you will see this in your community. I'm sure it's going to have the same or roughly similar blueprint like the one that was tried here.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, stupid governors are as stupid anywhere on the planet, right? So if they got a terrible idea, they usually copy it from each other. What they tried here was to try to bring in, you know, Fauci-style messaging or, you know, panic art type of messaging into the local communities, into the local newspaper. But then it became a problem because it's one thing, even in a small country like Romania, it's even easier in a big country like the United States, right? Some doctor from across the country in the middle of nowhere, oh, but look, my ICU station is full and whatnot. It's easy to get enough people to believe it, or at the very least, not openly question it. It's a whole different thing when the local newspaper in a town of 100,000 people or less, right? The local newspaper says, oh, look, the doctor from the hospital in our town is a hero of the pandemic, fighting in the first line. And well, if the community has a different opinion about that doctor, and oftentimes they do, then it's a lot more difficult to get the public to believe it, and the public is more likely to just abandon that local newspaper than to change their opinion about a person that they know personally, and they know that that particular individual is probably not a hero, maybe even a bit of a prick, maybe even a bit of a person very in love with money who would lie for money, which is most doctors, by the way. Most doctors lie for money. And that's as a routine. And again, not just in Romania, anywhere on the planet.
Yeah,
doctors routinely lie for money.
Yeah, and this blueprint will be observed in the US as well. So it's not going to be most likely the local publications in cities, just as you said, of 100,000 people or less. It will be in either the large cities, for example. I think of most likely LA Times will jump on this bandwagon.
Oh, the Chicago Tribune.
The Chicago Tribune as well, and any other newspaper which is located in a city city of millions of people, because they will most likely not be held accountable as hard as they would get if they were in this case in the smaller cities. So there will be those, and there'll be the big ones, the CNN,
MSLSB,
MSNBC, CBS,
right?
Everybody will jump on that bandwagon, and you're going to see
how they all sound like a bunch of NPCs.
And you're going to see they're gonna call in. Even as this article says, okay, they're gonna call celebrities, but then they're also call doctors from fuck knows where in order to say and spread panic messaging of just as you said, and as we've seen in Romania, with all the ICUs are full, and these are the statistics, and they're going to lie a lot with statistics, and be mindful of that, because that's going to happen.
It has happened already, but so far, at least in the US, it was decentralized lying, right? So you would see some type of lying from California, a different type of lying from Texas, a different type of lying from Illinois. And if you would compare them, you would get pretty close to the truth, right? Because it became easier to eliminate the portion that is deceitful. But if it's made coordinated, like it was done last year in Romania, like it will be done in the US, or at least attempted, I'm pretty sure it will fail just as spectacularly, if not even more spectacularly in the US as it failed here. But at least they will try, of course. Because why not? It's not like they're paying money out of their own pocket; they're paying money out of your pocket. So
yeah, we should definitely cut this piece and send it to our friendly neighbors in the US. Those who at least warned them before that was going to happen.
Yeah. So when they will try to lie in a coordinated fashion, or at the very least slightly more coordinated than until now, because until now, who was the coordinating voice? Well, Fauci, and that's it. But a lot of people openly defied Fauci, and nothing happened to them, of course.
Well, imagine that there will be at least a dozen Fauci tier people who will appear at prime time.
Yeah, several dozens of Faucis, and then every journalist in at least major publications being paid to copy-paste the dozens of Fauci's messaging and sending it over to the airwaves and the Facebook ads and Twitter ads
and persistence in that. That's what they're going to try. They're going to try to erode the population into into getting them vaccinated.
Yes, and at least. With regards to the vaccine campaign, at least in Europe, just 50-60% be like, no, fuck off, and that's it. But in the US, it's even funnier, because a lot of them went in for the first dose, but then forgot to come for the second one, and they're like, you know what, no, which again it turns out to be a serious problem. Because most of these companies invested beforehand, and they're expecting their money back, and some of them will get their money back, and some won't. And it's a huge clusterfuck, essentially. The vaccine campaign is a clusterfuck. And of course it was going to be a clusterfuck, because, we're not militarized societies, and you just can't force me. And if I say no, then it's going to stay no matter how much you try. Tough.
Yeah, regardless how much you threaten, just like we've spoken in the previous SOFA report episode, which you're not going to be allowed in concerts or in theaters because you're not vaccinated and shit. Do not fall for that cat that I've spoken of.
Biztos. Now, of course, none of that is going to happen, and in fact, in the US, they're even more advanced than we are in Europe. More and more legislatures pass outright bans of even attempts at that, let alone actually using them. So good for them. But get ready for this kind of coordinated propaganda, like the strategic communication group type of propaganda. I'm serious. That's how the institution is called in Romania. It's called the Strategic Communication Group, and they're the only ones allowed. They're the official source on COVID-19 news, and they really don't like it when I present news that is parallel to them and usually better. Anyway, speaking of Romania, I guess in a way NASDAQ UiPath gears up for its IPO. Here's what you need to know. I hate these kinds of headlines with a passion. UiPath, which is a fast-growing enterprise software company, is likely to have a red-hot IPO this week. It did.
It already happened.
On Monday, the company increased the IPO range from $43 to $50 to $52 to $54, as well as the number of shares to be issued, with the figure moving from 21.3 million to 23.9. UiPath is one of the leaders in the robotic process automation market, which helps to automate and streamline tedious and repetitive processes. The UiPath platform is actually a hybrid of cloud solutions and Windows software, unusual for recent tech IPOs. That said, the technology approach has been spot on. The fact is that Windows is prevalent across corporate IT environments and allows for better integrations and terrible security, I might add. Bearing this in mind, let's take a look at the company. The founder and CEO of UiPath is Daniel Dinesh. He grew up in Romania and his family had little money, with Dinesh having to borrow a computer to learn programming. Eventually, he would become one of Microsoft's top coders from 2001 to 2005. After this, he launched his startup, which was called Deskover, but it was a struggle to say the least. Dinesh focused on helping with integrations and outsourcing, which were highly competitive categories. By 2015, the company was on the verge of going bust, but Dinesh saw an interesting opportunity in the RPA market, primarily because of feedback from a large customer in India. This turned out to be transformative. Dinesh changed the name of the company to UiPath and growth surged, primarily because he was aggressively striking partnerships with consulting firms and business processing outsourcing companies. At the heart of the UiPath platform is a bot, which is a workflow of certain automations. Think of it like more of a sophisticated macro in Excel, allowing for quick and significant return on investment for corporate deployments. This has certainly been critical as companies have been pursuing digital transformation, but it has also been essential for navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. After all, companies have had to scramble to automate their systems to accommodate remote workforces. It should be noted that UiPath has bolstered the capabilities of its platform with cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, of course the usual passcodes. As a result, the system can identify areas for automation and provide for continuous improvement. That's outright a lie. So what has the growth been like? It's been impressive given the company's size. The annual recurring revenue jumped by 65% in 2021 to $58.4 million. $580.4 million, and total revenue soared by 81% to $607.6 million. In addition, the company posted operating cash flows of $26 million. Looking at its users, there are nearly 8,000 customers, including 80% of the Fortune 10 and 61% of the Fortune Global 500. Just to name a few, some of the customers are Chevron, CVS Health, and Uber. UiPath plans to offer its shares to the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker symbol of PATH, and the lead underwriters include Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. The stock is expected to trade this week. It traded pretty well. While the IPO market has been dicey lately, there appears to be a lot of interest in the marquee software companies, and UiPath definitely fits the bill. Now, I should be very careful what I say about this.
I'm telling you, be merciless.
First of all, of course, I know the guy. Daniel Dinesh is one of the most arrogant pricks in the bullshit business that I ever met. And now, of course, there are a few that are better than him, but not many that I met. Of course, there are. I didn't meet
of
everyone.
course, when you're working with India, you have to be arrogant, because those guys will never understand if you go from a modesty perspective, as it is the culture in Romania.
That's true. So I suspect that is the case, but he doesn't. He's unable to make the difference, or to tell the difference, or to adjust his behavior in accordance to whom he's talking to. Adjust his behavior to the interlocutor. And that really, really pisses off people, at least in my neck of the woods. So I personally don't like the guy. I just don't. Now, as for the business, first of all, the security aspect of UiPath is not terrible. It's an absolute catastrophe of biblical proportions.
Of course, he has Windows integration.
Right. So, it's one of the reasons why whenever I'm interested in, whenever I contract a client in my business of discretion, one of the first things that I ask is ditch Windows, ditch UiPath, and then let's discuss. Until you do that, I don't care what you want. I don't take clients who use anti-security processes, and UiPath is anti-security. Now again, it's not by design necessarily. That is to say, Dinesh doesn't want to purge your security measures. It's just that UiPath solutions is constructed without security in mind.
Yeah, it's fundamentally flawed. That's the term.
It is. Again, if you're interested in security, because, you know, if you're a company that is not interested or traffics in data that is irrelevant if it gets leaked, then I can understand using UiPath solutions. But if you're a company like, you know, a bank or things of that nature, right, then you shouldn't be using UiPath. And if you do, it's your fault when it will be leaked. And I say when it will be leaked because there's no question it will be leaked if it hasn't been already and you just haven't found out yet.
Yeah, but still, you're definitely more informed on the aspect. But as we've seen, most of the businesses that are interested, with the exception of Chevron, I don't understand why they're using. But if they're using it, it must be on a subsidiary, which is definitely not a security issue. But even then, these companies exactly don't care about securities. For example, Uber doesn't.
Is in itself an anti-security corporation and app and service and whatever. No, I wouldn't know because I never used the Uber, never, and of course will never use Uber for two reasons. One of them is because I don't use services that are not profitable, which is the case both with Uber and UiPath. and secondly, because you know, what do you mean? So I should seize not just the name or the number of my debit card. Okay, fine, I'll give that to you, but then also access without further confirmation to it. No. And access to all of the other data about me, including my social security number, full name, home address. No. And transportation and itinerary. How about no? No, because no. It's just that easy. Now, UiPath is for robotic process operations, what Uber is for transport. Yes, it is transformative, but not in a positive way. Just like Uber, it will eat and destroy healthier and better services for a while, until investors wise up and realize that it is the wrong way to go. Just as it's slowly starting to happen with Uber, but it's going to take another 4 or 5 years until enough of the suckers that put their money into Uber get rid of their buyer's remorse, essentially.
Yeah, but on a grander scale, we've had that discussion 2 weeks ago after we taped the podcast with this techno-optimism into automating workflows and putting even more people out of the jobs, and the issue is that these people, particularly UiPath tier companies, because UiPath is not the only one, there's also another one which was homegrown in San Francisco, which is called OpenAI, that outright seeks to do that. So UiPath just did it probably not exactly as a mistake, but as an idea, without looking at the long-term consequences. But the drive towards automating businesses. Well, yeah, okay. Historically, yeah, corporations since the 1920s, since they started appearing and became large companies, they did lose a lot of employees because things like technologies appeared. You no longer needed, for example, a typing pool full of women to write letters and send messages between departments. Then computers appeared. You no longer needed an army of people to do, for example, accounting calculations. The only reason why you needed was to actually verify data, but not to do the calculations manually and build up all the spreadsheets. And the way I see it is that this is going to be sort of like the next, what could you call it? The next process in streamlining even more business, in running even more corporations, and that's going to exactly reduce the number of jobs. And but the problem is not exactly the reduction of jobs in itself in corporations, is that there are no alternatives offered to those people in order to work somewhere else.
Now, quite frankly, no alternatives for former IT people. I see that as an absolute win.
But it's not for IT people, it's for everybody else who's not IT.
Now, that's true. But the thing is that, okay, this article doesn't go in that far, but there are a few others, and I'll leave them in the description box. The emergence of UiPath has woken up or tickled a little bit the latent interest in many of these bloggers who call themselves journalists into publishing, unconstrained techno-optimism. Because the thing is that neither OpenAI and AI and UiPath, they're not going to be that transformative. In the case of UiPath, I know for sure, I'm willing to bet. Because, you know, I've been there when nobody from Nasdaq.com had any idea where Bucharest is on the map, let alone what UiPath is, right? So it's not going to be that transformative. Now, that's one aspect. Second aspect, the troubles will start when, again, just like with Uber, enough of these suckers who bought into the frenzy will figure it out that, hold on a second, these companies do not turn out a profit. Because that's a problem, right? Uber is not profitable.
Uber has never been profitable.
Has never been profitable. Twitter is not profitable. UiPath is not profitable. And, you know, okay, UiPath is a transformative technology, fine, you can fool investors for even a decade, probably even slightly more than that. Well, it needs a lot of investment and build up until it finally becomes profitable. Okay, fair enough. How about Twitter? How about Uber? How much more? Right? How much more?
Well, at least in the case of Twitter and Uber, you can make the argument that they don't exactly have open partnerships, so they're not exactly working with other companies in order to sell their product, which is something that UiPath does. And if they make their partners that dependent on their technology in order to cut down costs or whatever reasons they could imply or optimize, because that's the magic word, optimization, you know, which interests these companies. They actually have more chances of surviving for much longer than Uber or Twitter will ever do.
Yes,
from that point of view.
Yes, because they can lock in their partners into longer contracts, which oftentimes, despite what many will tell you, oftentimes many of these contracts between big corporations are not as thoroughly studied as you see in the movies. In fact, oftentimes they're signed, as we say here, signed like the mayor. The implication being that the mayor never reads what he signs. Well, we know a mayor that doesn't. You know, so yeah, they can lock in some of their partners into onerous long-term contracts, and that would keep them afloat for a while. But still, if you're not profitable, even with as many, because again, UiPath is not a nobody. It already has, they say here, 61% of the global top 500 or something like that. I mean, it's not exactly
lower.
Yeah, 61% of the Fortune Global 500. So, you know, they already have big contracts with big companies, and they're still not profitable. So, you know, how much more would they need to just break even? Right, and let alone start turning in a profit. And that's the problem with these kinds of companies. And you know, this has happened before. There were other companies that appeared to you know, be transformative enough, and they don't need to be profitable. I'm thinking here of what let's say, Sun Technologies. That was an example. Nokia, Yahoo, no, Yahoo. Right? Yahoo will never do it. It's gonna be glorious. Will it?
Yeah, Sun Microsystems is definitely an old example that probably some people who are watching this so far will not remember the case. But speaking from a strictly financial point of view, profitability is actually based on, because I've been in the business of watching and trading back then, but now I'm just simply reading, but I still know the way particularly the big investors work. They don't exactly care about how profitable is a company. What they want to know is about market capitalization and the stock price in itself, because as has been the case for at least 20 years, well, the stock market is completely divorced from the way the rest of the economy functions.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, which is why looking at it from a cyclical point of view, so since 2008, which was the last significant crash in the global stock market, everything just went haywire, particularly because of big tech or tech in general, and we're very late in the cycle. Because it's so far the same trend. If as it was with tulips in the Netherlands, as it was with the dot-com bubble, to remember recent history, this is just another bubble. And when fundamentals will start to matter again, and actually profitability will matter, okay, I understand that you want to make money and market capitalization looks good. But there was this funny example of an analyst from Seeking Alpha that mentioned there was some dinky restaurant in somewhere in the rural USA, which on the stock market he had a $150 million capitalization, but the restaurant itself
was not worth anywhere near that.
It made just probably, it had a revenue of $37,000 in a year. So yeah, that's food for thought, in order to see just how bonkers everything is. This is the term for everything that happens, bonkers.
Yeah, and it may take a while. I mean, some of these crazes lasted for even 30 years. Others last for 2 or 3. Others last for a decade. So it varies. Some of these bubbles can take quite a lot of time to burst, but they always do. You said when fundamentals will start to matter again. Well, at some point they will. And once that happens, see what happens to your Uber and the UiPath shares. But then again, for pump and dump and what do you call it, speculative purposes, yeah, sure. UiPath, just like Bitcoin and all of the other nice little financial toys, they're very good at making money off of the stupidity of others, essentially. But generally, these kinds of companies, if you care about your security, not the financial security, although that one is important too, but your personal security, stay away from them. Just because it's new and techy and shiny doesn't make it good. In fact, oftentimes it's the opposite. Right? There's a reason why, at least in my business, right, in the discretion, we never adopt technology that is manufactured more recently than 3 years. At least 5, it's my standard. Some others are even more extreme than I am, usually 7 or 8.
Or 10.
Or 10, right. I mean, up until recently, in one of my private data centers, I still had a machine built in the year 2000, right? Because I trusted that machine. It still functions, but I'm no longer using it in production. Now I'm using it only for testing, but it still functions to this day. Because if something passes the test of time, then it's probably good, or at the very least, better. But these kinds of shiny tools, same with software. I mean, I still use software written in 1997 or 2000. It doesn't need an update. It was just damn good written right from the get-go, and you don't need an update to it. That's my problem with more recent software. UiPath at the end of the day is software as well. They always need updates. Why? If you always need updates, that means that you've delivered to me a faulty product and you're trying to fix it, and you're basically using me, the customer, as a guinea pig.
As a guinea pig, or it's not exactly a guinea pig; it's a beta tester.
right, or a beta tester, right? But might as well pay me. But I'm paying for the product, and I'm the guinea pig. Kind of like the COVID-19 vaccines. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but even on the topic of updates, it could be the fixes side, but it could also be the adding new features side in order to keep the customers interested. That's what that's also a very smart strategy in order to keep your business partners locked with you. Is that you're going to promise a new feature, or you're going to promise an update which is specific to them, because even this article says they got 61% of Fortune Global 500. So they could always pull the partners by the nose and tell them yeah, we're gonna do this for you, or add that shiny new thing.
How about you sign an extension for another 3 years?
Yeah, that as well.
No. Again, I'm not condemning them for trying. Right, I mean, it is the bullshit business, because that's what software is today. It's the bullshit business, right? Most of it. There are very few exceptions, and even those exceptions are usually, seasonal exceptions. They behave like humans, like proper moral humans, for 1 or 2 months every decade. But in the rest of the time, those exceptions are in the bullshit business as well, right? So I'm not condemning them for trying, but I'm gonna laugh quite a lot at their customers. Right? I don't know how you translate it into English when they say that they'll remain without their money and also fucked, right? Because that's exactly what's going to happen.
And there's also this other saying from the Romanian folklore: the dumb person is not the one that asks, but the one that gives.
Right. So, they're asking for $1 bajillion. Right, 21 gorillion dollars or whatever. Okay, fair enough. And who's the stupid to give them? Oh, look, there's a lot of stupid. Now, admittedly, the stock exchanges in the US are also distorted quite a lot by a lot of the newly printed M2 shekels distributed by the Fed, and as long as they stick around in the stock exchange, at the very least they don't create inflation. But they also that's the positive effect. The negative effect is that they create honks like these. Tough. All right. Going further to the south, the Associated Press: Brazil leader says army could be called if there is a lockdown chaos. Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has suggested that the army might be called into the streets to restore order if lockdown measures against COVID-19 that he opposes lead to chaos. In a television interview on Friday night with TV Criticia in the Amazon city of Manaus, Bolsonaro repeated his frequent criticism of restrictions imposed by local governments to curb infections, measures he claims do more harm than good. That lockdown policy, the quarantine, is absurd. If we have problems, we have a plan of how to act. I'm the supreme head of the armed forces, Bolsonaro said. He said the army could be summoned to re-establish the Article 5 of the Constitution, which mentions the right to freedom of movement and of religion. Bolsonaro also said the restrictive measures are aggravating the hunger in the country. I am, together with my 23 ministers, talking about what to do if a generalized chaos is implanted in Brazil because of hunger, because of the cowardly way of how some are making the people stay at home, he added. Health experts urged Bolsonaro this month to impose a national lockdown. Now that's going to work. After the nation's daily toll of COVID-19 deaths reached new peaks. The Ministry of Health says that more than 386,000 have died in Brazil from the disease. Yeah, in a population of 250 million.
Exactly.
So fewer than in the US. I'm just saying. Critics of the far-right president, a former soldier, have long expressed concern about his frequent praise of the military government that ruled the country for more than 20 years following the coup in 1964. Well, of course, there were no commies back then. As well as his appointment of numerous military figures to civilian posts. Those concerns arose when, on March the 30th, the leaders of all the three branches of Brazil's armed forces jointly resigned following Bolsonaro's replacement of the defense minister. Many analysts suggested the generals were wary of being drawn too far into the political affairs. He had also raised the issue of military involvement in connection with the pandemic in a March 19th statement, when he said that my army doesn't go to the street to force people to stay at home. Yep.
Based on red pill.
Based in red pill. Based in red pill. Ordem e progresso, as the national motto of Brazil says. Yeah. No, he's not wrong when he says that the measures do more harm than good. They do.
And there's so much evidence of that.
Yeah, and as opposed to April last year or May last year, when on the sofa we were trying to grasp some data and we're making some projection, and we're saying, look, most likely these measures do more harm than good. But we're saying, most likely, because we didn't have 1 year later. No, there's enough data. This is not an opinion anymore. It's an absolute fact. All of the measures are useless, immoral, illegal, and illiberal, and they do more harm than good. All of them, no exception. No exception. That's why I don't observe any of them, because I don't like being stupid in public and harm myself intentionally. So there's that. Bolsonaro is right. And especially it's especially true in a country that has areas that are very, very poor. Right.
Oh boy.
Americans watching us, Europeans watching us, they can't even begin to imagine what poverty looks like. There's not a single place in Europe or the US that is even remotely as poor as an average area in Brazil.
As an average favela.
Yeah, not to mention an average. I'm not talking even about the favelas. I'm talking about, average rural states that are not the southern ones, which are being inhabited by former Germans. I'm talking the more central Brazil, in the rural state.
The ones literally in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah, and there are like 50 or 60 million people living in those areas. So it's not like a sparsely populated, flyover country. No, it's a population the size of France. There's quite a lot of people there who live in the kind of relative poverty that immediately becomes not relative poverty but absolute poverty if you ask those people to stay at home. Or if you don't like the example of Brazil, try Peru, which had the longest lockdown on the planet. Technically it ended after 7 months. In practicality, it ended after 3 months and a half, when enough people didn't go out in the streets to protest. They were like, you know what, no, just no. They simply ignored everything. Why? Because otherwise they would have starved to death. That's why. And as the slogan from Foxconn, a Chinese company, Foxconn had it. I don't know if they still have it, but in 2012 they still had it in one of their main production halls. It said, "Hunger is the best teacher." Right? And that's how they would justify, they're employing people with like $50 a month, and they're like, well, they will work because they're hungry. Hunger is the best teacher. It's a very cynical way of looking at life.
It's a very cynical way, yeah.
But they had a point. I'm sorry to say they had a point. And in fairness, along the years, the incomes at Foxconn increased quite dramatically. Nowadays, they're at least 10 times bigger than they were 10 years ago. So it's not bad. But what I'm saying is that hunger is the best teacher is also true when it comes to teaching liberty. When you're hungry, suddenly you'll realize that, who says I shouldn't be doing the governor? Fuck the governor.
And also the other issue that this article doesn't mention, which I've observed through a Romanian travel blogger that went to Brazil some months ago, was that there is also not only the issue with these morons that rule the Brazilian states and impose restrictions, but there was also another nationwide issue with inflation, and it's not because of COVID. It's been running for longer. There was this example of one guy who was living basically in a favela somewhere in Sao Paulo, which said that about 2 or 3 years ago, I could buy 50% more in terms of foodstuff rather than I do now with the same amount of money. When you combine that one with the fact that you're forced to stay at home and basically not work and you're not gonna get paid money in order to stay at home, because Brazil doesn't afford that one.
Yeah, no, Brazil can't afford that period. And more importantly, yeah, because at the very least in in Europe, most of Europe has had zero inflation or even slow deflation, or even when there was inflation, it was like 2, maybe 3% per year. So, if you have savings or whatever, you can afford to stay at home for a year or even 2. With 0 or 2% inflation, you're probably going to be fine for the most part. Now, it's not the same in Brazil, where most people don't have savings at all because they cannot afford to have savings. Savings, being able to have savings is a privilege in and of itself. Yes, an economic privilege. Yes, check your privilege, lefties. And on top of that, you have a 10, 12, 13, 15 double-digit inflation, sometimes over 20% per year. So, you're not able to work, so you don't have any cash flow. And the very meager savings you already have, they're losing a fifth of their value per year just because you blink.
Yeah, and in Europe we have to make the distinction between those countries which are in the Eurozone, which are by the blessing of the ECB still fine, and there are countries which are not in the Eurozone, which includes us, the Polish, the Danish, Scandinavia in general, with the exception of Finland, because they have the euro. And
yeah, but it's Finland. I mean, it's just Finland.
Yeah,
you don't have to take it seriously.
And we've seen even record inflation. Okay, not compared to the mid 90s in Romania, but it still went significantly up, and that's one thing that I personally observed in the prices of foodstuff in the supermarkets.
Yeah, well, add to that also the disruptions of the supply chains.
Oh yeah, that as well.
I mean, the supply chains of many things is very borked globally. We'll talk about that in the second part quite a lot. And Brazil is probably not that affected, but countries that are dependent on importing food, well, that's where food got really expensive. Paraguay, for instance. Yes, Peru. Places where a lot of food is imported and therefore reliant on supply chains, which many of them got borked because of COVID-19 measures, right? Or as I say, dictatorial anti-life measures taken under the excuse of saving lives, because this is not about saving lives. None of this is about science. Let's get that clear. It's all political. And pretending that it's not is being stupid in public, so please stop being stupid.
Being stupid and malintentioned.
Yeah, well, there are still a lot of very ignorant people there. So I don't like to assume ill intentions when stupidity can explain it. And in the case of many of these governors in Brazil, they're really just very stupid, right? Because they say the consequences, and unless they become really, really complicated, they're like, yes, but my specialist, but my science, fuck you and your science and your cough. That easy. Because it happened, I think it was again in Manaus last autumn, autumn by Northern Hemisphere standards, when the truck drivers blocked the state.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine how fast the restrictions went away. It only took 4 days.
I vaguely remember, when was the last protest in Romania where the truck drivers blocked exactly the border points? Was it in 2003?
No, 2007.
2007.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
they got everything they wanted in 3 days.
They wanted in 3 days. In 72 hours, and it was over.
Yeah. Well, more recently, the town of Arad was and the town of Iași, 3 weeks ago, were again blocked by truck drivers. Guess what? They got everything they wanted.
Because I made a sort of cynical meme back in April last year. Back when the supply chain distortion was really significant, and back then I was still living in the UK, and I've observed this thing where the port of Calais started having some ridiculous restrictions, and you had a gigantic queue of hundreds of kilometers of trucks waiting in the parking lots in order to cross the channel. And then I made a meme which was stating exactly this: shit hits the fan when the truckers will stop working.
Yep. It depends on the city, but it takes between 7 to 12 days, maybe 15 in a well-stocked big city. But it rarely takes more than two weeks to go from a fully functional civilization straight into Mad Max. It doesn't take much longer than that. If the trucks and the trains stop working, you go full Mad Max. It's that simple.
Yeah, and I was particularly worried of that one because during the first lockdown, what I've observed personally, because I worked in foodstuff logistics at that point, delivering shopping to people. Never mind the toilet paper shortage was complete insanity, but leaving that one aside, you could see things like a lot of empty shelves, like around of 80% of the fruit and vegetables not being there. Or having a complete wall of refrigerated products being completely empty, which was part due to panic buying, but there was also part of the supply chain distortions.
Yep.
And yeah, okay, you could say that the population may have stocked up. They may have an estimated 2 weeks worth of food supply, but then what if that one runs out? And what if after they run out, there's nothing to be put back in on the store shelves? Mad Max tier stuff is next.
Yep. And in Brazil, it is today, and again, it's a very direct correlation. Now, Bolsonaro doesn't have this. It's not that he doesn't understand; he just doesn't have the exercise of speaking academically, right? He speaks like common person. That's why he won the election, and that's why he's likely to be re-elected, because he speaks like the common person. But in more academic terms. Things are significantly worse than what you have seen in the United Kingdom and what I have seen in Serbia before they burned the president and suddenly the pandemic was over. So it's significantly worse in Brazil, and it's a direct correlation between states that are panicked because of this cough and states that are not. It's a very direct correlation. There are no problems with food in states that follow the Bolsonaro way of dealing with the pandemic. But the states that follow the Fauci way of dealing with the pandemic, they have a serious trouble with that. And while in Europe it was and is a little bit more complicated to end up literally starving to death, in Brazil it's not that hard. In Brazil it can happen, and I'm sure it already happened. Especially in some of the most central states that went full Fauci at some point. I'm sure people have literally starved to death. That's the cost of the COVID-19. And again, they're reporting 300 and something thousand deceased in 14 months, right? That's less than the United States. Okay, in a population of 200, so death rate similar to the United States, right? Maybe slightly higher. But then again, but at what cost? Oh yeah, we flattened the curve. Yeah, at what cost?
We had the curve, but at what cost? At the cost of possibly other hundreds of thousands of people starving to death?
Yeah, not to mention millions not going, not having access to proper medical care in time, which will result in a lot of early deaths that are completely not related to this cough, but very related to the policies surrounding this particularly fluffy cough.
Yeah, this could also be another aspect, as we remember, the opposition from the not only from the centralized state, but also from the provinces was strong against Bolsonaro. This is what I think that he's trying to fight, because there are still a lot of those. A lot of those not exactly ideologues, but people who give themselves too much importance and by definition also the state governors of those Brazilian states that probably use the pandemic as an excuse in order to in order to reinforce
their own politics.
Reinforce their own politics.
Kind of like Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, so like a Brazilian Gavin Newsom, but there are more Gavin Newsoms.
Yes, of course, because at the end of the day, the International Forum of the Extreme Left is called the Sao Paulo Forum. Right? So it's a domestic issue, and Bolsonaro is fully aware of that. And at some point, I'm sorry, but at some point, if need be, maybe he should pull in the tanks. Because I'm sorry, but South African communists are a very complicated pest. They are. And they've been wrecking that South American, I'm sorry, South African communists as well. But in this case, yes, South American. They're a very complicated pest. And they've been wrecking that continent for 50, 60 years already.
See Argentina.
See Argentina, see Venezuela, right? And see Brazil. I mean, why was it a military coup in '64? Because communists happened. That's why.
Yeah,
right?
and ironically, after the military coup, then things started looking again nice in Brazil. Then after the military coup ended, leftists again got back up, and only recently with Bolsonaro they started getting uprooted, which is also what the issue is in Brazil, that even if Bolsonaro would have a limited powers, it would still take time in order to uproot the octopus of outright communists in the state apparatus, whether local or central.
One of the biggest mistakes of the military rule was that they didn't even try to uproot the octopus of commies. They just ruled over them and kept them in check. But that's not enough. You have to uproot the cancer, why did Pinochet happen? Because communists, that's why. And on like that, country after country after country. I mean, the only exception I think is Uruguay, where they have a socialist president that is, for some reason, not totally insane. But other than Uruguay, there is no exception in South America. All of them got borked at least once by communists. And lo and behold, the exact same communists are stay at home, save lives. Okay, speaking of keeping communists at home, Europe, Reuters, Romania approves bill to bar China, Huawei from 5G networks. Actually, it's a little bit exaggerated. Romania's centrist government on Thursday. Well, it's not centrist, it's modern center-right. So Romania's centrist government on Thursday approved a United States-backed bill that effectively bars China and Huawei from taking part in development of its 5G network, a member of the IT&C and National Security Committee told Reuters. Europe has emerged as a battleground in the technology Cold War playing out between China and Washington, and Huawei's European competitors Ericsson and Nokia could become a supplier duopoly should the Chinese company be shut out. The government just approved this bill of paramount importance, sealing a 2019 memorandum signed in Washington, meaning that China and Huawei are ruled out from any would-be partnership on 5G with the Romanian state, Pavel Popescu said. Under the memorandum, the two governments said in August 19 that as part of risk-based security approach, careful and complete evaluation of 5G vendors is necessary. Romania was a staunch Washington ally even before it joined the NATO organization in 2004. Washington sees Huawei as an arm of China's Communist Party's global surveillance machinery. Well, that's because it is. Huawei, which is playing a leading role as the telecoms world gears up for next-generation wireless technology, has repeatedly denied spying for the Chinese state. Well, of course they did. The bill approved on Thursday reflects the U.S. memorandum and Romania's Supreme Defense Council stance. Popescu said that national security is a key goal and protecting Romania's future generations' personal data is crucial. It says a vendor's evaluation should say whether a company is subject to control by a foreign government, has a transparent ownership structure, and is subject to a legal regime that enforces transparent corporate practices. Popescu said that the bill, which could be rubber-stamped in Parliament in the next weeks, is a prerequisite to launching 5G tenders in the Black Sea state in the second half of the year. Yes, I'm not sure it's going to be rubber-stamped in the Parliament. That's what I'm saying. That's why what I was saying at the headline. So it's basically a bill proposed by the deep state, to the government. The government has some amendments to it. Then the government votes on it. Of course, it went through immediately, and now it's being sent to the parliament. Now, it's true that the current coalition holds a very slim majority, and there are quite a few in the opposition who would vote for this bill. But I still wouldn't say that, it's expected to be rubber stamped by the parliament. I wouldn't be so sure. As someone very well connected to to the inner workings of the Romanian parliament, I will say we'll wait and see. Let's see it tabled first and foremost, put in by the president of the Chamber of Deputies, and we'll see what happens. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. As for this is the second time when we do this kind of thing to China.
First one was to bar any Chinese company of investing in infrastructure, and now this is the second one.
On getting any contract on infrastructure, yes. Because we look at our neighbors like cough, Montenegro. Okay, Montenegro, technically speaking, is not our neighbor, but it is because as far as we're concerned, they're all Serbia. But on a more serious note, right? We look at Montenegro. We look at what happened in Albania with the Chinese contractors. We look at what happened in some parts of Poland, and we're like, do we really need that shit on our soil? And it's the people that taught Ceaușescu communism. No. no, because no.
Yeah, and you don't even have to look to these second-tier economies, as some elitists would say, on the Huawei and 5G topic or general telecoms. You've had that article in the Romanian podcast last week, which was about the Netherlands KPN.
Oh yeah,
which also had
KPN in the Netherlands, right?
With KPN. Imagine that Huawei had unrestricted access even to the Prime Minister's phone for a while. They deny completely, as they normally do, because you wouldn't say in public that you had such access, but they still had it, and there's no record of it.
Yep.
Happening.
Yep. And not just the prime minister, but most of the cabinet, the president, the speaker of the parliament.
And several millions of people, including important people, not just your average Joe.
Yep. And the CCP could listen in real time, and not only could listen, but also easily clean up the traces, and nobody could prove that they did. And of course the CCP said, well, that never happened. Yeah, sure. Sure. Because I'm sure that, think of it from a human nature perspective. I mean, if you could listen to in real time Angela Merkel's conversations, wouldn't you? Oh, yes, you will, because who knows what
I want to listen to those particularly with Putin in Russian.
I'm curious whether her accent in Russian is still as rusty as it used to be. Anyway, what I'm saying is that you would, of course, because who knows, maybe you find out something that you can make money off of. You don't even have to necessarily be... I don't know, for instance, let's say that you find out on a private conversation between Merkel and Putin that she says that, there's been enough pressure on me, screw your Nord Stream, I'll have to pull the plug on that. And you find that out 2 or 3 days before the announcement because you've heard the private conversation. Well, you still have the time to sell your shares into all of the companies involved.
But it's not even the fiscal aspect, because it's strictly the power aspect of having access to that information and the amount of damage you can do with it.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that even an average person that would get access to such an to such kind of power would still try to use it to their advantage, even without necessarily being ill-intended. Just enrich himself a little bit. So if that is definitely the case, that you're going to tell me that the CCP had unfettered access to half of the Dutch political class and they didn't use it, oh come on. Oh come on.
Yeah, and that was the only example that we found out about. Who knows other examples?
I know quite a few others, but I'm binded by various NDA agreements, and I'm gonna pretend that I don't know. There are quite a few others, as time goes on, a lot of them will surface, will become public knowledge. Because now, as opposed to several years ago when these things started being discovered and then the topics buried into oblivion, now there is also a generalized interest in them being uncovered. Not just an interest from the public, but also an interest from various deep states of various countries, and yes, various interests from the Western big tech. Of course.
They definitely want to complain that okay, Ericsson and Nokia will have the duopoly. Well, that's actually not a bad thing. One thing, they're our guys, for starters, and the second thing, that's actually tolerable because deploying such technology employs hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars, euros, whatever you want. So you get that thing that in energy infrastructure is called a natural monopoly, or in this case a duopoly, because they got the money, they got the know-how, they got the infrastructure, and they got the means to deploy it.
Yeah. Now, as you know, I'm a bit skeptical. I think that this, I don't know if it was intentional. I really don't know, and I don't care whether it was intentional or not. But at the end of the day, this is a very nice pretext, right? Because 5G itself is not a serious stake. It's not. It's a pretext to start rolling in various helicoptering of the CCP into the various entanglements that it got itself into all over Europe. Now, I'm fine with that pretext. Any pretext of kicking commies to the curb is good. But it is a pretext nonetheless. I mean, most of the US still works on CDMA, right? And it's not really an issue. That didn't stop the US from being a top-tier technology nation. So, not having 5G is not a serious problem, and it can wait for several years, and it will wait for several years
because the technology is still very finicky.
So, not having 5G is not a terrible thing. Having it is not terrible either. That's true, but it's not it's not a huge improvement. That's what I'm saying, because as someone who used this long before the press had any idea about what 5G is. If you're in an open field and you're too far away from the antenna, and by too far away I mean more than 25, 30 meters away, it's already not a huge difference. If you're 100 meters away, and that's in an open field, with buildings, and I'm sorry if I'm not impressed.
Yeah, that's why the deployment of 5G, as I mentioned before, it's finicky, and we can see one example in Romania, because so far the only 5G network is present in Bucharest, and probably there are several points here in Cluj. But you can look at the US example. They got thousands of antennas, particularly in New York City, and even then you could have your connection blocked by something like a phone box.
Yes, same thing happens in Seoul, South Korea, which is the most 5G city in the world, right? And it's still a huge problem. Not to mention that you can have, being a normal person and you speak over the phone, not via an app. So most people are normal and they don't use the apps; they use the phone to make a phone call. And in the middle of your phone call, while you're in a bus or whatever, it just switches from 5G to 4G and it cuts off your connection because again, a phone box, a bird, or whatever, something. Again, 5G is a pretext. It really is a pretext. Now, it just so happens that I like the underlying reason, which is kicking commies to the curb and isolating China, which is okay. China is asshole. Take down the CCP. That's okay. But let's keep that in mind, right? It is a pretext. And it's a pretext that happens to please enough factions of the economy and the society, right? At least when it comes to Romania. I mean, there are very few people in Romania who would object to kicking China to the curb. Very few people.
Yeah.
Because, so the Communist Party, aren't those the guys that taught Ceaușescu how to come? Okay, yeah, no. That's it. You don't really have to.
Yeah, and mandatory reminder, never trust what communists say, particularly the Chinese communists. Eastern Europe learned it for decades because we've been under communism, and we always saw whatever the dear leader said, or whatever state media said, never trusted. Well, it's mandatory to remind people, never trust what China says ever, or whether it is a CCP or CCP affiliates like Huawei.
Well, I remember, I think it was last February or something, or January or December 19, whatever, there was still Hong Kong protests going on. And but it was The Guardian, of all places, that went to a press conference of held by the director of Huawei UK and said, well, look, yes, we use Huawei technologies, whatever, but we're a UK corporation and whatnot. And the journalist from The Guardian had the inspiration to say, okay, fine, what's your opinion about the Hong Kong protests?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And suddenly he ran out of opinions, even though he was very talkative up until that moment in the press conference, but suddenly he just ran out of opinions. The cat had eaten his tongue. All right, let's go a bit further to the south from Romania. Euractiv Albania parties at loggerheads after hard-fought election. Albania's opposition claimed victory after a parliamentary election on Sunday, the 25th of April, seen as crucial to the country's dreams of EU membership, but the ruling party said it was too soon to call a result. The ruling party won, by the way. Spoiler alert. The Electoral Commission said it could take 2 days to know the results of a vote marked by weeks of snipping between the candidates in the run-up and a deadly gunfight between rival supporters. Now that's what I call an election campaign. Despite the fractious campaign, international observers, including ambassadors from European countries and the United States, reported that the voting day itself passed off without major hitches. That's what I expected. Socialist Prime Minister Edi Rama was seeking a third term against a dozen parties united behind the main opposition Democrats, led by his longtime rival Lulzim Basha. Shortly after polling stations closed, Basha thanked his voters and said victory for his alliance was clear. No, it wasn't. However, exit polls in local media suggested contradictory results. Rama dismissed any claim at this stage as pre-match predictions, urging his supporters to have faith in the vote count. Election Commission Chief Ilirian Celibashi had pleaded with politicians to wait calmly for the count to be completed, praising the integrity of the voting process so far. But many voters are jaded with the political culture where each side routinely accuses the other of cheating and corruption. Have you ever considered that maybe they have a point? Democracy is good. I don't blame democracy itself, but I do blame the political class. It fights only for itself and never for us. Costa Aranja, an 80-year-old retiree, told Agence France Presse. I bet you want to have Verhoja back. The country of 2.8... that was mean for me, I know. The country of 2.8 million people is among the poorest in Europe, and the coronavirus pandemic has made matters worse, with the vital tourism sector suffering a huge slump. Not anymore, by the way. Tourism has resumed fully in Albania. Rama, an artist and former basketball player, banked on a mass vaccination campaign to boost his popularity and has promised that 500,000 Albanians will be inoculated by the end of May. That's probably going to happen, but no more than 500,000. He has also vowed to increase tourism and repair damage from a 2019 quake that left thousands without homes. Yeah, that was a problem. Democrat leader Basha has promised to speed up the push for EU membership and revive the economy with help for small businesses. The two men traded barbs throughout the campaign, with Basha accusing his rival of vote rigging and corruption, and Rama belittling his opponent as a puppet of party veterans and President Ilir Meta, which both of them are correct, by the way. In the run-up to the vote, the president, an arch-enemy of Rama, whose wife runs a smaller party allied with the Democrats, said pitchforks would be ready on Sunday in case the socialists attempted to tamper with the votes. Well, they didn't tamper with the votes, but they won fair and square. U.S. envoy Yuri Kim called the comments unacceptable, writing on Twitter that these threats deserve condemnation. Nobody cares what you believe, lady. Kim was among several Western diplomats monitoring the electoral process, stressing that the U.S. did not support any party and asking all candidates to accept the judgment of voters when the count is finalized. The rivalry between the two parties turned deadly in the final week of the campaign when a row over alleged vote buying descended into a gunfight in a city near the capital. Signals! That sounds like Dorset to me, I'm sorry. One socialist supporter was killed and 4 other people injured, prompting both EU and the US to call for a speedy investigation. Nobody will care. Earlier, the OSCE, an international body that sent monitors for the vote, called the election a vital measure of national political maturity. But many Albanians feel that time is running out for politicians to deliver on their promises. We don't want young people to leave, we don't want them to stay, we want them to stay here, but we need more job opportunities, says Berti Yasufai, aged 50, to the Agence France Presse at a polling station in Tirana, drawing attention to the hundreds of thousands of Albanians living elsewhere in Europe or the United States. We're tired the young people study and train to find work, promises follow, and then we get nothing, added Mariela Sheria, 26, a finance expert. So as I was saying, the socialists won, but I only know this because, well, I've been to Albania, I can understand a little bit of Albanian, their websites are full of about that. Nothing in English, it's very slow to get news in English about Albania. Now, admittedly, the socialists won, but we don't know how much, but to what extent, right? The final results, it's Wednesday evening when we're taping. It's still not very clear to what extent, but basically the socialist parties will get 68 to 71 seats, and the Democrats maybe 65 at best, but most likely 61 or 62 seats. So, the socialists will have their first shot at forming a new government. Now, the socialists were the Chinese-supported party. I'm sure you're shocked to learn that. And the Democrats were supported by Brussels. So, in a way, I understand the US envoy when they say we don't support any of you. Because, those guys supported by Brussels are usually pro-Russian. And the other ones are, CCP apparatchiks, just, not necessarily fluent in Chinese. Now, admittedly, they go a little bit too far, though, but the pandemic, not really, but tourism in Albania has been working pretty much normally since, I think, June 2020, and without much disruption. Tomorrow we can go to Albania if we want to. It's not a problem. They don't give a shit about any of that. But testing, but
no. Especially
no such thing.
There was a foreign affairs communique specifying that any person, tourist or otherwise, that comes to Albania, they don't have to test, they don't need a vaccine, they don't need anything. You can just come in.
Just come in and bring Shekelim into Shqiperia, it will be fine. And this has always been the case. I mean, Albania has always reacted to both small and big disasters with a very relaxed attitude. They've had a serious earthquake back in 2002. And they didn't panic necessarily, even though the damages were pretty high. They had the one in 2019, and only now they're discussing fixing some of what got destroyed then. Yes, there was also the pandemic, and nobody really cared. I mean, they had, on paper it sounded like, oh my God, that was a serious lockdown. In reality, it was basically a military parade. And for about 2 days, everyone pretended to observe it. That is to say, when the military parade was happening, everyone was walking on the parallel street. But then after 2 days, everyone stopped pretending, and the military parade ended, and everyone started walking wherever they would have their business. And on paper, they stayed indoors for a month and a half. In reality, they stayed indoors for a day, maybe a day and a half. Because you can't really change their shopping habits, and their shopping habits include Ottoman-style markets, open markets, which are very, very crowded, and you just don't. You cannot convince the Albanian to go and buy from a Western supermarket. No, they're gonna buy from there. Precisely because, well, for starters, the products there are not necessarily better, but they're like 10 times cheaper. And in a country with very small wages, that kind of tends to matter, right? If it's €1 or 40 cents, that's a huge difference for your average Albanian. Now, back to the election. I was saying that's what I call a proper electoral campaign, right? With gunfights and some socialists dying. So, right. I mean, that's what I call you will notice that the statements from locals, and it's the same situation if you read Albanian media. None of them talk about this incident necessarily. I mean, it was like, oh yeah, and a few asshats shot each other on the streets. That's it. I mean, they don't take it seriously. They don't go full insanity, full Macintosh, and full political on it. Even though, of course, it was political in nature, but they don't take it. I shouldn't say they don't take it seriously. Rather, they don't make a fuss about it. But then again, most people alive today in Albania have been alive in 1997 when they had a civil war Also because of a monumental governmental fuck-up.
Oh yeah, the pyramid scheme.
The pyramid scheme scandal, right. When like a third of the GDP got lost. It was something like, again, a ginormous governmental fuck-up. So they're accustomed to, yeah, well, our politicians kind of suck, like bigly. Every time I hear someone from anywhere else in Europe, well, I guess with the exception of Moldova, but if you're not from Moldova or Albania, I don't want to hear how your politicians suck.
As long as you don't shoot yourself over it, there's no argument.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of Moldova, if you will support, this summer they will be having snap elections, and we want to go there and cover the election campaign. The poorest country in Europe, poorer than Belarus. It's the poorest country in Europe, period, right? Republic of Moldova. And they'll be having snap elections, and it's going to be glorious. It's going to be in the summertime after the 3 Seas Initiative Summit, so we should be having enough time to prep for it. Considering that the 3 Seas Initiative Summit will be held on time, considering that Bulgaria is preparing also for snap elections because the recent elections yielded a hung parliament, both literally and figurative, because everyone got hung. In any event, back to Albania. Not much has changed since 2019 or 18. When was I in Albania? I think it was in
2018.
2018, right. Not much has changed in terms of economics, right? They went into a situation where things stagnated since 2018. And yes, there was a small downturn now with this fluffy cough. Not because of them necessarily, but because of, fearful humanoids. We're like, oh, we're not going to vacation Albania. What if we're gonna cough? Nowadays it's full of Italians because they're like, stay indoor under the red scenario in Italy, or go to Albania where most people speak Italian and no restrictions.
Yeah.
And, let's go to Albania.
Pretty much the Italians vaffanculo to Conte and de facto to Illyrium.
Sometimes history has a sense of humor, right? In 1990, several tens of thousands or more than 100,000 Albanians, right after the communist regime fell, they just simply showed up to Italy. Well, they had the identification, but no money, no intention to do anything really. They just went to Italy because it was forbidden to go to Italy. Like, just go to Italy. Almost all of them came back a month or two afterwards, but now it's the other way around, right? About 120,000 Italians, they just went to Albania because Conte said stay at home, and they were like, no. Let's see what our neighbors are doing these days.
Well, I'm gonna stay at my vacation home in East Bloku. Or in my beach villa in Durres.
Yep. Or even better at the vacation houses in the middle of the forest in Girocasta, which is a fabulous place. I didn't have the time to go there last time, so I don't have footage from there. But I'll go again. That's not a problem. Getting to Albania is not a complicated matter. It never has been. Well, not never. Since 1991, it hasn't been complicated. Before then, it was complicated. You need a special license to get into Albania. Even if you are coming from another communist country, you still need a special license to get into the socialist Shqiperia. So they went into the situation of economic stagnation. It wasn't going badly, but it wasn't getting better either. Throughout 2019 and 2020, the earthquake came. There were also some scandals about illegal constructions, which also hampered the sector a little bit. Then the whole pandemic bullshit, and now this particular fraught election. It is no surprise that the electorate was so evenly divided. It hasn't been like that. Usually, whether the Democrats or the Socialists would win, but with the very clear results. This time around, it was a much more close results, which means that finally you have a generation of voters that are, what do you call them, loyal voters. This hasn't been the case. Usually, the notion of loyal voter wasn't really a thing or hadn't really been a thing in Albania, but nowadays you started having them. And again, it says here, Euractiv says, well, the coalition with the Democrat, yeah, you already have a lot of small parties that are of the Western model, right? Kind of like, a little bit cultish, a little bit progressive, a little bit liberal on economic issues. It's a mishmash of things, and these kinds of agile parties that we kept on seeing. Well, we have two of them in our parliament. Bulgaria just got three of them in their parliament at the last election. And as new elections are being held throughout this decade, you will see a lot of these in Europe. I'm expecting, for instance, Volt to start showing up in some parliaments, maybe in Hungary, maybe very likely in Germany. Or maybe not in the federal parliament in Germany, but definitely in some of the local Bundesland elections. You will see a lot of these things happening, and Albania is trying now to, the general political class is trying to integrate this new wave of politically interested people. This happens every 20 years in any country. It's happening in the US. We're now trying to integrate the Trumpists and whatnot, and they're starting to learn. They learned how to win, they learned how to lose. Now it's time to start learning to do how to politics, and then make a good result in 22.
Yeah, but the subsequent result was the fragmentation of a lot of parliaments.
Is that a bad thing?
In a lot of Europe? Well, that's not exactly a bad thing in itself, but this is what I think that it will be what will define at least this decade, because this fragmentation will not last only for an electoral cycle. It will last for at least two, at the very least, if not more, depending on how the situation evolves.
That's a fair observation. Yeah, fragmented parliaments. With the exception of the Netherlands, there is not a single country in Europe that is experienced in how to function. Well, Belgium too, but Belgium is usually functioning by not having a government for 2 or 3 years in a row, which is not a bad thing again either. But okay, so the Benelux area is a little bit more accustomed to this, but everyone else in Europe is now learning on how to function with very fragmented parties, very fragmented parliaments, where you have 5, 6 parties, sometimes 7, with very close numbers to each other. Right? I mean, look up the results from the very recent parliamentary election in Bulgaria. 3 new political parties on top of the already existent 4. And one of them very populistic, led by a clown. One of them deeply anti-corruption, we hate everyone, fuck you all. Right? And another one that is basically despising the still current Prime Minister Boyko Borisov. So same thing. Well, in Albania they tried that last time around, and it was a spectacular failure. So this time around, the new political forces, they just basically kind of ran with the right-wing party, the Democrat Party there, and try to get it as a coalition. We'll see how those seats will be distributed, so that will be more important. And Albania still uses the old way of they still haven't automated some of these things, and it takes several weeks until you see the seats allocated, kind of like the Romanian one, but at least in Romania the algorithm is clear enough that you can project them accurately one day after the election. It's not that easy in Albania because it has multiple complications to it. So yeah, good luck. But it is indeed a trend. Not just we'll see if it's confirmed outside the East, right? Because Moldova is expecting a fragmented parliament. We got a fragmented parliament. Bulgaria got a fragmented parliament. Armenia is expecting a fragmented parliament.
Germany is expecting another fragmented parliament.
Germany, yes. Now Albania, right? We'll see. We'll have to wait for the Spanish election, where probably it's going to be a more fragmented one. Of course, the national elections, I'm saying. The regional elections are coming up really soon. We're talking about Spain immediately. But we'll see. You're probably correct that it's going to be a sweeping wave of fragmented parliaments, at least for a while. Whether that will be permanent or not, I hope it will be permanent, because fragmented parliaments are usually useless. And
if you don't have the institutional infighting that happens in the US because of the way the system is designed, at least have the infighting done with the current system by fragmenting the decisional regime, which is the legislative.
I guess many of our countries in Europe will have to discover, even if in a different way than the US, because again, none of the countries in Europe have codified in the constitution the notion of checks and balances, which oftentimes led to, well, dictatorships because of that, right? But we can discover it organically by fragmenting the parliaments and putting into practice what the framers of the U.S. Constitution said, right? Pitting ambition against ambition to avoid the what was Jefferson put it? Temporary passions of the publics, right? So at least that. So we might be getting something really good from this, not just in Albania, but in almost all countries of Europe. I guess with the exception of Hungary and Poland, which can expect still relatively stable parliaments for at least several more years. Everyone else is going to have to brace for it. France as well. I mean, La République en Marche is not getting another majority like this one. It's just not. I mean, the popularity of Monsieur Macron is like the 38%, which is not bad by France standards. It's not bad at all. But his personal popularity is still good enough and might squeeze re-election. But his political parties. It's going to be fun. Come on, it's going to be fun. Brace. It's great. Speaking of the elections in Spain, El País, Spanish minister and leftist leader received letters with death threats and bullets. Two political leaders and the head of a law enforcement agency in Spain have received letters containing death threats and bullets, according to reporters to which El País has had access and to information provided by the Interior Ministry. The targets are Maria Gomez, head of the Civil Guard, the Interior Minister Fernando Grande Marlaska of the Socialist Party PSOE, and Pablo Iglesias, head of the leftist party Unidas Podemos, and a candidate in the upcoming Madrid regional election, a race that he joined after stepping down as a deputy prime minister from the PSOE Unidas Podemos coalition government. Podemos. Anyway, you have 10 days to resign. The days of laughing at us are over. The National Police, the Civil Guard, the time is not on your side for the tamponazos, which is a Spanish expression for very loud gunfire or explosion. That's what says the anonymous letter, postmarked April 19th and addressed to Grande Marlaska. Inside the envelope, there were two 7.62 51mm bullets, according to the police report filed by the minister. An investigation is underway to identify the sender. I'm sure you're identifying. I'm sure the sender was very well observant of the COVID-19 guidelines and wore a mask.
Wore a mask, wore gloves.
and it's very, very easy, I'm sure, to identify people when they wear masks and gloves and a cap and go to the clerk to mail a letter with bullets. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to identify. I'm sure he signed the letter. Civil Guard Chief Gomez received a similar handwritten message a day earlier, although it was also postmarked on April 19. So the post office is very, very efficient in Spain. In this case, there was no mention of police forces, although it used the term tamponazo once more. There was one 7.62mm bullet inside the envelope. Sources at Unidas Podemos on Thursday confirmed that Pablo Iglesias had received a letter containing a serious death threat, but had not yet filed a formal complaint. The same sources added that this is not the first time that Iglesias has been sent messages of this nature. Of course, it's Spain. This is just another consequence of normalizing and whitewashing the hate speech of the far right. And it is also a consequence of impunity, said Iglesias on Twitter. Wah. Lamenting that there has not been a single arrest over the attack of his party's headquarters in Cartagena, Murcia, with the Molotov cocktail in early April. Well, tough shit. Iglesias has also noted that a former member of La Legión, an elite military unit, got off scot-free after firing live ammunition at photographs of government members in front of a camera and laughing about it. Well, of course he got off scot-free. It's his gun, his photos, he can dispose of them however he pleases. He also mentioned the lack of legal consequences for the retired members of the military who talked about executing 26 million red Spaniards on a social media chat group. How can they not feel absolute impunity to send us death threats with assault weapon bullets? Iglesias went on to say that the attacks are not just against him and his family, but about you and your right to vote for whomever you like and to exercise your freedom. They are threatening democracy. Wah, wah, wah. Could have called the ambulance. The Partido Socialista Obrero Español candidate in the Madrid election, Ángel Gabilondo, turned on Twitter to show support for all three targets of the death threats. Hate speech and divisiveness have very serious consequences for our democracy. Let's avoid an escalation of cruelty. That's, heavily implying that Spain is a democracy. Monica Garcia, the contender for the small leftist party Mas Madrid, wrote that there is no room for hate and violence in society. Okay, Karen. Haha, taponazos go. This reeks a false flag. I'm sorry. It does. It does.
Yeah, every civilized post office has scanners who at least show what's not exactly what's inside of it, what may be inside of it, and sending exactly basically AK bullets in a mail with a death threat letter. That doesn't sound plausible at all.
Yeah, and especially in Spain, ever since the times of ETA, when ETA was still not just a whiny political party in the parliament, but
when they were
a legit terrorist movement. Ever since those times, especially letters addressed to important people, but usually all of them are scanned precisely for drugs and weapons. They're not scanned for necessarily whether it's a death threat, and no one cares about that. But if it's live ammunition, it is scanned for that and stopped at the post office. So, the letter for the Minister of Interior were not scanned through that. I'll have 50 shekels on that not happening, Alex. I mean, come on. No, I'm sorry, but no, it reeks a false flag. And let's not forget, we're talking about the far left, the Spanish far left in this case. What's something that the far left has been very consistent about over the last 6 years in particular? Do we forget that the American far left does the same, the German far left does the same, they all do the same, they have this tactic of, sending messages to themselves and then screenshotting them or whatever and using them for victimology points. That's something so consistent and so often, admittedly, sometimes they do it in an amateurish way that you can catch them on the act because they forget to change the accounts and things like that. Sometimes that happens. But what I'm saying is that it's so common on the far left to stage these kinds of things that I have a very difficult time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if someone actually had a real problem and indeed the postal services wouldn't scan, instead of sending bullets, they would have sent a literal mail bomb, just like the old times. If they wanted to be efficient, not send warnings, which even the dumbest person would think that this will go immediately in the press, and I may end up getting crucified if I get discovered. Yeah, which you can be discovered because for those people who still remember that there's something called the post office and have not used the email their entire lives, you got the address where to the person you send it to, and then you get the address or at least the office that you sent the letter from.
Yeah, well, that can be easily spoofed.
It can be easily spoofed, but how many people still know how to spoof
I do.
postal addresses? Well, speaking from the new generation of techno-optimists who...
I'm pretty sure that this one, assuming it's not a false flag, whoever sent it is not from the new generation techno-optimist. It's probably some old military guy wanting to have a laugh at, at the lefties. Why I say that it reeks of a false flag is because, if you actually believe that you've just been threatened, you would take some precautions, like moving into a safe house, like requiring extra bodyguards or whatever. No. What do? Oh, but you should be jailing those people because they speak nasty on the internet. Really? That means you're not taking the threat seriously. And either because it's not serious because you made it yourself,
Or you're very naive.
Or you're very naive, right? But I don't think, I mean, yeah, sure, the Monica Garcia, I never heard of her, Mas Madrid, okay, maybe she's naive. But, you know, Iglesias is not a naive person. You know, he's been in politics for quite some time. Same thing with the chief of the civil guard, like Guardia Civil. You know, those people are not naive. So, again, they probably made those threats to themselves to get some, not necessarily free press.
Sympathy points.
Yeah, sympathy points. And, you know, most of the press about these people is overwhelmingly negative because they're terrible people and terrible managers. So, you know, they'll need something that is not terrible written about them in the press. So, you know, oh my God, they got bullets and death threats. That sounds like something not terrible, and you can get some sympathy points and things of that nature. But generally speaking, sorry, I ain't buying it.
Well, wouldn't it be funny if this could backfire with the stress and effect? So holy shit, you received bullets, what can I send more? to know that we're actually serious.
Yeah, well, you know, if I had known their addresses, there is a store here in our neighborhood that sells bullets made out of plastic, right? You know, toys, essentially. And they're very cheap, right? So if I had known their addresses, I would send them some of those plastic bullets. You know, just greetings from Romania. But yeah, no. So I'm not taking it seriously because it just reeks of a false flag. Now, if it is serious, then I would say that those who sent it aren't particularly smart, in the sense that maybe they either don't want to hurt them at all, or they're stupid, right? Because if you don't want to hurt them at all, okay, fine. A stunt like this is good enough to create the splash that you want. But if you want to hurt them, you don't warn them beforehand. You know, ETA wasn't sending warning letters. They never sent them, or I don't know if never, but I've never heard of a situation where ETA sent a death threat and then several days later proceeding into actually doing it. No.
Yeah, although
the IRA.
No, actually, the IRA did, but the IRA did send the warnings. Not for the government to base themselves, but for innocents not to be caught in the crossfire. That's the only time they send warnings. Yeah, just like it happened in the in the Manchester bombing.
I know, but when IRA was trying to assassinate politicians, would they warn them beforehand? No.
No, politicians themselves. No, they warn the population not to be in that proximity, in order not to blow up along with whatever and whoever they wanted to.
There you go. So if there is a force, whether it's far right or military or whatever, who wants to kill these people, well, that force is probably very dumb if you if you warn them beforehand.
Yeah, and it's unlikely they are that dumb.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that's probably not serious, and it's either a false flag or some stupid trying to make a splash, because why not? All right, let's go further. The Wall Street Journal: Syrians are stripped of refugee protection in Denmark. Now you're telling us to go? Yeah, because when Rawan Bertawi, 22-year-old Syrian refugee living in Denmark, reported for her shift at a cosmetic company's warehouse one day in mid-December, she found her key card didn't work. She sensed something was wrong. Her flustered manager summoned her into his office and showed her an email he had just received from the Danish Immigration Service. Her refugee status, along with her right to work, had been revoked and she would have to leave the country. Ms. Bertawi and her family are among dozens of Syrian refugees stripped of their residency visas by Denmark and told to return to their war-torn country because the Danish government now deems Damascus, where they had previously been living, as safe. Human rights groups contest the claim that any part of Syria is safe for returnees. Who cares what they believe?
Who cares?
But since Denmark cut off formal diplomatic relations with Syria near the start of the civil war a decade ago, it is unable to deport Syrians. Instead, it is placing those who no longer have legal status in removal camps, a policy that aid groups say is aimed at pressuring Syrians to voluntarily return to Syria. Good. This is ruining human lives, said Ms. Bertawi, who went to Denmark in 2015 when she was aged 15. Why would you wait until now that we have integrated and we now consider this our country and reached this stage, and now you're telling us to go? because for the glory of Satan, that's why. The Danish decision reflects broader questions over the fate of millions of Syrians who fled the decade-long civil war that devastated their country. More than 6.5 million people sought refuge outside Syria, largely in neighboring Lebanon, Turkey, and Jordan. While the refugees were welcomed early on, their huge numbers have strained the host countries and led to growing pressure on the Syrians to return home. More than 1 million migrants arrived in Europe in 2015, many of them Syrian refugees who initially were received warmly and expected to settle permanently. But the wave of refugees and migrants eventually led to a hardening of immigration policies across the region. Denmark, which has pursued some of the toughest anti-immigration policies in the region in recent years, took a cautious view of Syrian refugees from the start. While Germany took hundreds of thousands of Syrians, Denmark took around 13,000 refugees in 2015. As of early 2020, there were slightly more than 32,000 Syrian refugees in Denmark, and I would say 32,000 too many. Danish authorities say they have never intended for the Syrians to settle permanently. Denmark has been open and honest from day one, Immigration Minister Mathias Tesfaye said in a written response to questions. We have made it clear to the Syrian refugees that their residence permanent is temporary and that the permit can be revoked if the need for protection ceases to exist. In principle, refugee protection lasts only as long as the threat or danger that drove the person to flee still exists, and host governments make their own assessment as to when the circumstances have changed and protection should be removed, said Eva Singer, the director of asylum at the Danish Refugee Council. In Danish law, the criteria to withdraw refugee status is very low, she said. Even small improvements in the general security situation, even for a short period of time, is sufficient for authorities to withdraw protection status. When the conditions in their home country have improved, former refugees should return home and re-establish their life there, said Mr. Tesfaye. Every member of the Bertawi family received a letter, including the 3-year-old Adam, who was born in Denmark. We have also based the decision on the fact that your mother has her sister in her home country and that you therefore have a network of family around you in Syria who will be able to help you with your reintegration in the Syrian society. The letter addressed to the toddler read. Honk, honk. The family has appealed the decision and has a court day on May the 12th, 3 days before Miss Bertawi and her 20-year-old brother take their final high school exams. Even if they force me to leave, I want to at least take the test so that I can leave here with a degree, she said, but added that it is nearly impossible to focus on her studies. Tough. Samira Al-Sayed, Miss Bertawi's mother, holds little hope of winning their appeal because she has seen other Syrian families with similar circumstances losing. If we lose our appeal, what we have accomplished from these past 7 years. Ms. Adi said, some Syrians who have had their appeals denied have fled to other European countries. In 2020, 94 Syrians lost their residency, but 30 of them successfully appealed, according to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Of the 64 who have been ordered to leave Denmark, 50 now live in removal centers where they can't work, study, or prepare their own meals. Those numbers don't include decisions issued in 2021, especially after the Danish Immigration Ministry expanded the area considered safe to the entire Damascus province, which includes many suburbs that have been destroyed after years of government bombardment. Syrians across the continent worry that Denmark could become an example for other countries that want to reduce their number of refugees. I hope they do. Last month, the Austrian Interior Minister told the local news magazine that his government was following closely the Danish policy and could eventually consider deporting Syrians. Earlier this year, Germany, which now has 800,000 Syrian refugees, ended its ban on deporting criminals and dangerous people to Syria, though, like Denmark, it isn't expected to forcibly expel them. Until recently, Ahmed, who arrived in Denmark in 2014 and lives with his family in the city of Rondish, was focused on completing a bachelor's degree to become a preschool teacher. Last week, he received a letter informing him that the residency visas for his family were being revoked and he needed to return to Syria. He's appealing the decision, but isn't hopeful, believing that he and his countrymen have become pawns in Danish politics. Now everything is about saving my family and my children, said the father of 2. Ahmed didn't want his last name published because he worries it could hurt his appeal. He fled Syria because he was called for mandatory military service and refused to fight in the war. He worries he will face prison or worse if he returns. Should we flee now or wait until they reject our appeal and put us in the camp, he wondered. I can't go back. How can I return to a country that wants to kill me? Well, good on Denmark, I guess. Although I'm not a big fan of policies like Denmark or Germany of, never saying it out loud. No, now you're gone.
Yeah, where exactly has there been lost in translation the fact that they're refugees, and by refugees that means they're temporary runners from the situation, from their country. They're not permanently running, and there was never in any part of history the expectation of being a permanent refugee.
Well, I guess with the exception of Palestinian.
With the exception of Palestine.
But even that one is finally ending, right? It
Yeah.
only took 50 years, but it's finally slowly approaching to an end. Now, I'm sorry, but no. And as for this last chap, but he basically fled military service and refused to fight. So he's a traitor.
Yeah, it's cool.
Why should Denmark be...
Why should Denmark cover for him?
Cover for traitors? I'm sorry, but no, why? Right? But the kid is born in Denmark. Well, I don't know, what is the Danish citizenship law? Is it if it is jus soli, then they have a point.
As I reckon, it's jus sanguinis, so it doesn't apply.
But if it's a mixture like it is here, or if it's jus sanguinis, then they don't have a point, in which case, off you go.
But even then, speaking from personal experience, because I lived in Denmark, especially when the biggest refugee wave happened in 2015. I used to live in Aalborg, and Aalborg, and especially the Nordjylland area, is a Danske Folkeparti stronghold. and even there, the Syrian refugees weren't exactly treated bad. I actually had worse treatment than they had. They lived on the other side of the fjord in the Nørresundby area. They had an entire building to themselves. Okay, there were people living by 2 or 3 or 4 people in some cases living in the same apartment, but they were large apartments. They had furniture, something which I never had. I had to either take it off the street or buy it by myself. And they had absolutely everything, even cutlery. They had it already provided, free of charge. They didn't have to pay any rent. And they also received a stipend from the state of around 6,000 crowns, which is quite a lot, considering that I never made 6,000 crowns in a month in that country, as much as I tried to work. So the treatment was never bad for them, but even then, I'm very sure that they were told when they came there that your stay is temporary. You're gonna have a nice stay because we're not insane people. But when the time comes that you have to go, you have to go. And that's exactly what they're bitching, that they thought that time will never come, in a sort of Palestinian way of thinking.
Right, but again, what I'm not a big fan of is this policy of removal centers rather than just outright deporting them there. At least in Eastern Europe, that's how we do things, right? If you have to go, there's a time, usually 72 hours, sometimes a week, it depends on the reasons, where you have to go. If we still find you around here when you should not have been there, off you go with the first plane under military security.
Yeah, but if Denmark doesn't have any form of deportation treaty with Syria, since they have no diplomatic relations, then that's complicated.
Right, Romania does.
That's true. The Danish don't, so that's why they got this removal center.
At some point, the Romanian embassy was the only Western embassy in Syria still functioning. Like, definitely the only one from NATO, right? Which was quite interesting. In the meantime, most of them have reopened, but I guess the Danish one hasn't. Yeah, that's right. If they don't have diplomatic representation there, then they can't legally deport them. Well, that's kind of terrible. But Germany does the same thing as Denmark, right? It puts them in the removal camps and basically keeps them there indefinitely until they decide to voluntarily leave. I mean, it's just like...
Yeah, it's pretty much eroding them, making them feel like they're not welcome, so they could bugger off by themselves.
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, sure, in those camps they're not allowed to work, but they're also not allowed to prep their own meals, so that means free housing and free food, which is still an expense on the public coffers. Deportation should be easier and cheaper, even if you have to fly a military plane for one person, it's still cheaper than years of this kind of hula baloo with removal camps. But generally, with the policy itself, I'm having a very, I read the entire article, so you can have the arguments from the other side as well. Wall Street Journal did a decent job at presenting the both sides of the issue. And in fact, this article is slightly biased in favor of the refugees, if I'm to be perfectly honest with you. I'm having a very difficult time understanding any of their arguments. I'm sorry, it's kind of like a contract. We agreed on something. These are the terms. You agreed with the terms. We agreed with the terms. Now it's the situation where these terms apply. Tough. As for, they fled other European countries. Well, that's a breach of the terms.
Yeah, shouldn't the other countries where they ran into...
Deport them back to Denmark.
Not even deport them back to Denmark. They're basically persona non grata. They're up for deportation wherever they went to, straight to Syria.
Yeah, that would be if Europe or the European Union actually had a diplomacy, which it doesn't. I mean, the top tier diplomacy in European Union is Charles Michel and Ursula von der Leyen. I mean,
yeah.
I guess it's gonna be a lottery in a way, right? So the Syrian refugees who flee to other European countries, and they happen to step in one that has proper diplomacy. I would say maybe France, maybe some of the countries in the East, or but if they fly to countries that don't really have diplomacy, like Sweden or Germany, then I guess they could, or Belgium. Well, Belgium is not even a country, so I guess they could still stick around. But I'm thinking, especially those, like this first case presented by this article, right, with the chap that, or the girl, whatever, came in when they were 15 and basically went through high school in Denmark, and they got accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I don't think they'll be able to adapt to a life of a fugitive, essentially, so easily, especially if you've been brainwashed into Danish jantelagen, right? Because I could easily adapt to such a lifestyle. It actually comes pretty natural to me. But I find it very difficult to see that for a teenager. Yes, a Syrian teenager, but a teenager that essentially had its formative years under, Scandinavian collectivism, right?
And the most and the most well-enforced sort of Scandinavian collectivism,
yes,
which is religiously observed in Denmark,
yes,
compared to Sweden is
Sweden
is lukewarm. Norway is just nothing. It's cold water, basically.
Yeah. Although, in fairness, in Norway, jantelagen is very popular with the base, but it's not. It's enforced peer to peer rather than by the state, which is the case in Denmark. And in Sweden, it's neither. It's lukewarm for the state and not exactly popular with the population. So it's usually a hodgepodge of enforcement, and it's easily avoidable.
In Sweden, there are other issues like the individual pride of paying your taxes.
Yes,
there are other issues aside from jantelagen.
And yes, that's true. In Sweden, you're supposed to be proud for having your shekels stolen by the Riksdag, by the regering and by the government. But yeah, getting back to the policy of refugee removal. They fear that Denmark could be a model for the rest of Europe. I pray that will be the case. No, I'm sorry. Syria is no longer. Yes, it is a shithole, but it's no longer a shithole that is bombarded, and you are not in immediate danger anymore. Therefore, get back there. And I'm sorry, but I do have a problem, and I always had a problem with these kinds of things, right? Refugees, young people. No, I'm sorry, young people should be there to rebuild Syria. I can understand a 75-year-old or an 85-year-old.
Or you could understand women and children to be refugees.
Only children under 5. I mean, not children like 15. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah. Well, you're no longer a child of 15. You're an adolescent.
No, I'm sorry, no. And especially not even with women. I mean, war tends to bork the demographic of a country. You need fertile women there to replenish the population. Yeah, I'm sorry, it sounds terrible and cynical, but it's true. That's how you rebuild countries. Fertile women and very hard-working men. That's how countries are being rebuilt. And have been for the last, at least for the last 20,000 years. I don't know, maybe before that it was a little bit different. But over the last 20 or 25,000 years, that's how things always worked. And that's how they still work.
Yeah.
So now, again, I will be much more friendly with very old people and whatnot. Okay, fair enough. And now you have this fluffy cough. Maybe there's very difficult to protect them in a war-torn country. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. But I'm sorry, 22-year-olds, men or women? What the hell are you still doing here? Get back there.
Okay, but even the argumentation with women and children refugees is tolerable if they were temporary, which is what apparently has been lost somehow in this recent scenario with Syrian refugees, and leaving aside the argument that not all refugees are Syrian. we gotta dig that other coffin up from 5 years ago. That there were a lot of people that were not Syrians, but they had Syrian documents. Of course, done with private printing presses.
Yes, or outright destroying their original Pakistani or Bangladeshi or whatever papers, destroying them before arriving to Europe and just claiming that they're Syrian. That happened too, and happened quite a lot by the hundreds of thousands. It wasn't an exception. It wasn't the norm either, but it was a glowing minority. Okay? So leaving aside that, and also leaving aside that not every Syrian immigrant is a refugee just because they claim they are. Because let's not forget that a significant portion of the people who actually fled Syria were part of the upper middle class.
Yeah, because leaving Syria, particularly the way it happened, because it's been very well documented, having to cross the border into the north, into Turkey, and then or for the Mediterranean way, those ways are expensive.
Yep.
They cost thousands of euros per person.
Yes.
And I grant you that exactly the upper middle class who could afford, or could at least have something to sell in order to afford that, actually did, because the vast majority of the population didn't.
Yep. Poor people ran to maybe Turkey, maybe Jordan, and that's, the second quintile. A small portion of the second quintile ran to Turkey or Jordan, maybe. But most of the people that arrived from Europe are from the fourth quintile. Right? So not the top 1%, but the fourth quintile.
The top 1% is generally either with the...
They'll be well off anywhere, right? I'm sorry, but those people are reliant. Let me put it sounds terrible when you put it this way, but it's true. The country of Syria relies on those people to rebuild, because they have the know-how. Because if they had been in the fourth quintile in pre-war Syria, that means they're not stupid, right? And they have something to offer, and they can rebuild, and rebuild not just their own personal wealth, but the general well-being of the Syrian economy and society overall. And not having those people back is terrible. It's terrible for Germany or Denmark or whatever, but it's terrible for Syria as well. Everybody loses. Yeah, sure, but maybe personally their children might be happier. I don't think so. I mean, nobody's happy in Denmark, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
No.
Because they're wrong. Just because they drug themselves into happiness by being the second biggest consumer per capita of antidepressants, only behind Iran, that doesn't mean they're a happy country. They're not. So maybe their children will be slightly better off, I guess, maybe. Although that's debatable as well. As someone who's been, who lived a little bit in Scandinavia, lived a little bit in the Middle East, I don't know. I'd prefer Middle East.
but even then, if they manage to integrate that well in Denmark, so say that they get sent back, after a while they could pursue somehow to reapply in order to move into Denmark if that's what they really want to. Particularly they know Danish. That's one thing that they really like. And if you actually did some schooling in Denmark, that's even more bonus points to you. So if you really want to go back, it could be a 1 to 2 or maximum 4 years impasse between getting back there and then going back into Denmark. This time legally, not as a fugitive.
Yes, that's also true. But then again, you see, but they've been, and you can see, especially the 22-year-old who lived his entire formative years in Denmark. They've been indoctrinated into the mentality of paradise now, that they're entitled to shit. I'm sorry, you're not. You're not. Nobody is entitled. No non-Danish citizen is entitled to live in Denmark. Nobody. Because again, even people coming from other EU countries can get in trouble if they don't get their paperwork in order in Denmark. Now, admittedly, it's very difficult to get in trouble if you have a EU passport. But still, even for those, there is some trouble with these, what do you call them, Nordic Union countries, right? So the Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, and Iceland. You can still get sometimes in trouble because there was even an inquiry several years ago, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, where basically if you wanted to have your taxes equivocated and studies it was very difficult if you're coming from even from Germany or France or whatever. If you're coming from outside of the Nordic Union, because you have to understand Scandinavia is a European Union in itself, which is kind of different than the rest of the European Union. It's kind of like the South in the US, right, which is a different country than the kind of like that, right? I mean, Europe in many ways is kind of like that. It's states grouped that are very different from each other. You're gonna have to go back to Syria.
Even then, you don't even have to get into trouble officially, even as a holder of an EU passport. You could have several honks like the one that I was subject to. Initially, I wanted to continue my university, which is why I was in Aalborg at that point. What ended up happening is that there's been a directive that was sent a month before that university year ended, where they mandated to cut at least 25% of the places for foreign students, and I found myself part of the lucky 40% that got ejected.
Yeah, there you go. So again, nobody is entitled to these kinds of things, and unlike let's say, Italy or I don't know, Hungary, countries that have had an outright hostile attitude right from the get-go, and at least there you can make an emotional argument. I would still say that Italy and Hungary would be totally in the right to send your ass back, but at the very least there you could have an emotional argument to forward. But not in Denmark.
Not in Denmark.
They were very honest from the get-go. Look, we're going to allow some of you to stay here. Not that many, but we're going to allow some of you to stay here. But when things get better, you go back. Well, things got better. You go back. Tough.
That's the way things have always functioned.
Yes. I mean, people forget. Let's take an extreme example, since it's headlines these days. The Armenian genocide. I was browsing through some photos and papers from the Armenian genocide a few months ago, because I was preparing an article that eventually appeared. It's a co-author, whatever. About the Armenian genocide and the refugees from that event. And I was looking at old papers from Romania. And, there was the Adevăr, the truth, from 1915, talking about the Armenian genocide and how many refugees would arrive via boat, usually at the Constanța port. And even that, the press at the time was saying, that these people will be living here between 6 and 18 months, and then they'll be back. Or they'll be moving legally somewhere else via an embassy or whatever. They will apply at one of the embassies here to move somewhere else and whatever.
Or even then, so some became naturalized citizens.
Yes, some of them became naturalized citizens.
Yeah,
but
we got a city close by that was founded by Armenians in the 1500s. And quite a few of the refugees from back then moved there, and at one point moved back because of the communists.
Yeah, and then they ended up living in the Soviet Union. That wasn't a smart move. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, and that was 100 and something years ago, right? When you didn't have borders, you didn't have visas.
You didn't have passports.
Most
of countries didn't have passports.
Most countries didn't have passports. But even then, it was a total reasonable understanding that, at some points you'll leave. Or if you don't, you get fully integrated here. Oh, and by the way, no state help for you, right? And most of the refugees that came from what was at the time Armenian territory, today Eastern Turkey, they only expected the host country, Romania in this case, not to kill them. And that was pretty much it. That was a very, a bit of water for a few days, maybe some shelter for a few days, and please don't kill us. That's it. And smooth processing at the port in Constanța. That's it. And they were very happy with that. 0% of them died here, which was much better than back home when the Young Turks. I'm sure that's the name of the not the podcast by the Armenian genocide maniac from the Democrat Party, but the actual organization that was killing Armenians was called the Young Turks.
Ironic.
Yeah, well, I always say that. Imagine someone would create a podcast today called the Waffen SS. Everyone would go ape shit, but for some reason it's okay for fine leftists to have a podcast called the Young Turks, which was a genocidal organization. In any event, what I'm saying is that this is not a practice that was invented by Denmark yesterday with the occasion of the Syrian refugee wave. No, it's the kind of policy that has been around in most of Europe for, at the very least, 100 years, if not more, usually a lot more. Heck, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had a very similar refugee policy in the 1500s. The Turda Edict of religious tolerance between Orthodox Jews and Catholics in the 1300s talked about refugees from other lands and had a very similar thingy that, when things get better, they're going to have to make a decision on where do they live. But the assumption was that they leave. Yeah,
but even in scenarios where you don't even have to talk about genocidal countries, we've had in the 1920s that the refugee crisis where tens of thousands of Italians came into Romania. Hundreds of thousands of Italians came into Romania after World War I, and then the vast majority of them went back.
Yes, the peak of that crisis was actually slightly later, like the 30s, 1933, 34. It was the first and only time when we had to shut the border with Italy for a short while. Well, not with Italy, with Yugoslavia, but specifically for Italian citizens, because there was just so many of them, it was impossible to process them. They didn't have UiPath back then. They couldn't get automated. But on a more serious note, yes, and hundreds of thousands of them arrived, and most of them went back, vast majority of them went back. And those that didn't became naturalized citizens. We still find today some places and some old families in Iași in particular, for some reason they went to the Far East, where they still have Italian surnames. None of them speak Italian, many of them have never been to Italy, but their grandparents were from that refugee wave. But very few of them, again, because most of them did not stick around to have children and extended families. They went back when things got better. Right? So, I'm sorry, but as tough as it may sound, human rights get lost. Now, what about the human rights of the Danish taxpayers? Don't they have a human right for their tax shekels to be used on them first?
But don't you know that's called white supremacy?
Well, the taxpayer money of Syrians, aren't they being used on Syrians first? Is that Syrian supremacy? The tax dollars of Nigerians, aren't they used on Nigerians first? Is that black supremacy? No. It's called making a difference between citizens and non-citizens.
As easy as it is.
Yeah, sure. It's, but at least I get the test. Fine, get your test, but then you leave. Because I'm pretty sure that will be the answer. Yeah, sure, fine, get the test. And then, because again, nobody is being unreasonable here, right? Because let's face it, Syria has been safe since 2019 at the very least, right? So they're not being unreasonable. They even extended the period when they should not have extended. And even now they're saying only Damascus province, right? So those from other provinces, they're still allowed to stay even more. If I were to make the decision, I would have deemed the entire country safe and opened the embassy there, started deportations. I'm serious. Because again, Syria hasn't been in trouble in the sense that you would indeed risk someone's lives by sending them there since 2019. So it's already 2 years. Fine.
Yeah, about that, and also the fighting that has been still been going on is just in the northern border area with southern Turkey, and it's not an entire region; it's just a strip of land that's being contested.
Well, I'm sorry, if that's enough not to send people back, then maybe every Ukrainian whose visa has expired in Germany, then of course they shouldn't be sent back to Ukraine, right? Because it's a war-torn country. Just because, some wackos are firing in Luhansk, even though they might be from Lvov, right, which is 1,000 kilometers west from Luhansk, more than 1,000 kilometers, right? Or the same thing, right, with anyone any Russian whose visa has expired should never be deported back, right? So, the Czechs are breaching the Russian diplomats' human rights by deporting them back to Russia because, there is a 5 square kilometer area in Russia where there is a little bit of big igloo. I'm sorry, but that's not how this works. That's not how this works. All right, and basically, what we're now being requested by human rights lobby is to forget recent history, like 5, 4, 3 years ago. It's not even about 100 years ago. It's just like a few years ago. This channel has been online before the immigration crisis. We debated it on this channel over the last 5 years, and now you're telling me that, oh, actually, I didn't see right then. And but then again, it's the damnatio memoriae, right? It's basically, let us forget history because history is bad. It makes us feel bad and asks us to come back to our countries, and that's kind of terrible and whatnot. All right, let's take a break. Then we'll be back with Asia and Oceania, and we're gonna listen to the Romanian band Acral Necrosis, Damnatio Memoriae, and then we'll be back. All right, we're back. You've listened to Acral Necrosis Damnatio Memoria, buy their album if you like it. Probably with footage from Albania. I have no idea what kind of footage I'll be placing to accompany the music break. No news from Africa this episode, because otherwise it would have gone all the way to 8 hours. Asia, Al Jazeera. Global chip shortage to last into 2022, says semiconductor giant Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. They say they're doing all they can to increase productivity and alleviate a worldwide chip shortage, but that tight supplies will likely continue into next year. The world's biggest contract chip maker said on Thursday it is expanding capacity and working to keep pricing reasonable. We have acquired land and equipment and started the construction of new facilities. We're hiring thousands of employees and expanding our capacities at multiple sites, says the Chief Executive Officer C.C. Wei to an online earnings briefing. The chip shortage is going to take a couple of years to abate, says the Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger to the Washington Post. TSMC's comments came after the firm reported a 19.4% rise in first quarter profit, beating market expectations on strong chip demand amid a global shift to home working, which is, by the way, a little bit
Partially false.
Partially false. We'll talk about that later on in the podcast. TSMC, whose clients include Apple Incorporated and Qualcomm, had already flagged multiple years of growth opportunities as the COVID-19 pandemic fueled demand for advanced chips to power devices such as smartphones and laptops. Its business was boosted by the chip shortage that initially forced automakers to cut production, but is now also hurting manufacturers of smartphones, laptops, and even appliances. On Thursday, TSMC said it expects the chip shortage for its automotive clients to be greatly reduced from the next quarter. TSMC's net profit for January to March hit 139.7 billion Taiwan dollars, which is almost 5 billion US dollars, against the 4.73 billion dollars average of US dollars of 22 analyst estimates compiled by Refinitiv. TSMC said this month it plans to invest 100 billion US dollars over the next 3 years to increase capacity at its plants, days after Intel Corporation announced a 20 billion US dollars plan to expand its advanced chip making capacity. Wei said that TSMC is seeing its clients preparing for a higher level of inventory to ensure supply stability due to uncertainties from geopolitics and the pandemic. As a result, he said the company's capacity will remain tight throughout the year. Analysts are bullish about the company's massive expansion plan, expecting global demand for advanced chips to surge as fifth-generation telecommunications technology and artificial intelligence applications are adopted more widely. TSMC shares have risen about 16% so far this year and have more than doubled over the past year, giving TSMC a market value of $558 billion, more than twice that of Intel's and higher than that of South Korean technology giant Samsung Electronics. The stock rose 1.14% on Thursday compared with 1.25% for the benchmark index. I remember that we spoke about this back in December when we said buy shares in chip markets. Because we were looking at the news from Volkswagen, which I believe it was the first automaker to suspend its production due to chip shortage, and then we got the news from the Renault factory and the Ford factory here in Romania also doing this kind of, and we're like, it's coming to everything that has chips in it. Now I'm sorry to learn that this well, again, because people are stupid, people are not stupid, people are fucking stupid, right? So of course the CEO of Taiwan Semiconductors company will be speaking like that. Of course, the guy smelled a lot of shekels, and they're like, okay, let's try to please everyone while I'm making a lot of shekels, right? So it's not his fault. I'm not blaming him for anything. You know, TSMC is a very important component of Taiwan's economy. In the current geopolitical context, it's great that Taiwan's economy is doing great because it can be used to stuck in the face of the CCP. So there are many positive aspects to this. The negative aspect is that nobody in the market is thinking about things like, how about we slow down the technological development for a while? A few years. Do we really need chips in our fridges? Seriously, do we? The answer is no. We've been using fridges very well over the last 70 to 90 years without semiconductors in it. So, maybe we can have some fridges without semiconductors for several years more. Would that be a tragedy? No.
Yeah, well, okay, it's tolerable when you implement chips in order to do something like temperature control, in case you have several uses, or if you have stuff like multi-zone fridges where you have vegetables and it be kept at low temperatures than, for example, eggs or something else. But to get those ridiculous lengths like Samsung fridges which have integrated tablets, well, yeah, no, I'm not game for that. That's a terrible use of technology. Not to mention expensive as fuck.
Again, very recently, no more than a month ago, a friend of mine who lives in Canada had to go to a grandma that happens to be his neighbor to help her install her fridge. The grandma would change her fridge every 10 years over the last 50 years. So the time came to change her fridge. And for the first time in her lifetime, she would plug in the fridge into the outlet, turned it on, and it didn't work.
What?
For the previous 70 years, that's how she would replace her fridge. Now suddenly you can't, because you have to log into a Wi-Fi network and allow the fridge to make an update and then start a counter that says that from now on you have this amount of warranty on it, and you have to log into your fridge.
That's retarded.
Yeah, and the guy was telling me that, look, I went through the manual and finally turned on her fridge. It took about 3 hours. Well, in Canadian internet notwithstanding. And then was like, I hope that if power goes down and then comes back, I don't have to do that shit again. And
shit, he's got a point.
Lo and behold, a month later, power did go down. But thankfully, the fridge remembers at least the login data, so you only have to wait for like 7 or 8 minutes, and then the fridge is back up. Those are the instances I'm having in mind when I say, can we have fridges not with semiconductors in it? Is it really is that such a tragedy in the technological development if we don't develop fridges with Facebook on them? Well, not on Facebook necessarily, but with updates and what? What's wrong with the fridge that is not connected to the internet? And doesn't need advanced semiconductors, doesn't need advanced chips. Is that really such a
okay, I would be specifically incisive if the example that you mentioned was one of those smart home techno-optimists. But we're talking about the grandma here. Mm-hmm. Did grandma not have at least a bit of common sense, which is generation by generation in shorter supply, to think, probably I may not need this fridge that has a fucking display, which is like a tablet.
Well, there are two problems. First of all, where the grandma bought the fridge, there were not available anything else.
I would be surprised because those fridges that you require Wi-Fi connection and setting up are some of the most expensive ones.
Yeah, and then comes the second aspect. Grandma didn't even know that such things exist. So she was probably, swindled a little bit by some dealer who just sold to her.
Who just wanted to make a good commission.
Good commission on the sale, yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that those things shouldn't exist.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not a problem that a salesman tried to make a commission. I'm saying that the commission shouldn't exist because the product shouldn't exist. Like, it shouldn't exist, right? Because there is no natural demand for such disdainful nonsense. Obviously, there isn't.
Oh no, there isn't. I see that at my former job, for some reason, even though the company I work for is particularly known in the domain they're operating to be very stingy about everything, to the point of they have to recycle. They want to recycle their own used paper in order to use it again, for some reason.
Do they do the same thing with the toilet paper?
No, at least they didn't go that far.
I just had to make that joke. Anyway, go ahead.
They didn't go that far, but for some reason, for us, the people who were driving, for some reason, they, in order to keep our stuff, particularly because the time when the first lockdown hit, so it was a particularly warm period to the disdain of the people staying at home, because there were 7 weeks of constantly sunny weather, and it was quite warm by UK standards. There were 25-26 degrees constantly, and
that's extreme heat by the United Kingdom standards.
No, extreme heat was what happened when I went to Bovington in July. There were 34 degrees. Yeah, but to the point where on the tanks you could actually make some egg and bacon.
No, but what I'm saying, I mean, 27 degrees Celsius in April in the UK, that's extreme heat. Anyway.
Yeah, so they bought, for some reason, I think they probably been some refurbished product, but they brought the first time I've ever seen in person one of those Samsung fridges, which were the American style double door, but they also had a tablet. And that one, it was on, but nobody put anything inside it because it wouldn't work. Probably because nobody configured it to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, those are very useful as a wardrobe, but then again, why do you need a tablet on your wardrobe?
I never understood this concept either.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that some of these, some of the global chip shortage, is as a result of human stupidity, because capitalism is not inherently immoral, as leftists claim, and it's not inherently moral, as some of the very naive libertarians claim. No, capitalism is rather amoral. It just helps people make decisions that they want. It doesn't care. Capitalism doesn't have feelings. It doesn't care whether those decisions are good or bad. The wisdom part is a separate decision that is not connected to economics, right? And that's how it is possible. Speaking of, because I routinely receive this question: oh, but how can that person be okay on economics but then be a cultural leftist? Well, because the part of wisdom is separate from the economics. It always has been, by the way, and always will be, right? Idiots can understand economics, right? And smart people can sometimes be idiots in public and not understand economics. Those are called leftist intellectuals, right? So, the market is trying to, adjust to the demands of the population, and the population, not in the majority, not even a significant minority, but a wealthy enough minority, is being stupid in public, and the market is trying to adjust to that as well as all of the other factors, like the CEO of TSMC mentioned, geopolitics and disruption of the supply chains, which exist as an excuse of the pandemic, in reality implemented by governments who are also being stupid in public. So there's that. But what I'm saying is that this is fixable if the demand part is also adjusted, in the sense of, how about not patronizing factories and designers and corporations that bring this kind of crap to the market?
Yeah, and
a blender that is connected to Wi-Fi. Why? I'm serious, it exists.
I know it exists.
I even evaluated one, and let's just say that the person who asked for my evaluation wasn't particularly content with my responses, but it is what it is. Right? So a blender connected to the Wi-Fi, fridge connected to the Wi-Fi.
The only thing that you need is a stove connected to the Wi-Fi, and in case it gets a glitch, it would escape some gas. Okay, but no.
Stoves connected to Wi-Fi have been around for more than 10 years. And in fact, there was even at some point a relatively successful commercial. I don't know if I forget the company. Thank God it went bankrupt. But I forget. That's why I forget the name of the company, because it wasn't around on the market for too long. But the commercial itself was very successful. It was with some corporatist hipster showing how comfortable it is that you're coming from work very late, much later than usual, and you would expect in the middle of the winter, and you would expect to find your house, cold. So you can just use your smartphone and program your house to start turning the heat on and start...
program the thermostat, yeah.
Yeah. So and also start heating the food that you left it in the oven. And so stoves connected to the Wi-Fi have been a thing for a decade now. Those, for some reason, I suspect the reason is regulations, have not become very widespread. I mean, I think in Romania it would be outright illegal because it would break security norms. But, these kinds of things just shouldn't exist. And they only exist because there are enough fools who buy them.
Yeah, not to mention that they could. Let's make an argument for the Wi-Fi connected stove. Would it have been much more simpler to program a timer, whether electronic or mechanical? Yeah, the mechanical timer still exists in some stove applications. Those could be much more simpler. And,
those have been around for 50
they've been around
years.
for a long time, and
Yes.
And they could definitely not be that complicated of an application to integrate in a stove in that use if it were so. But this is just pure techno-optimism to use the Wi-Fi from your business or on your way back home in order to turn on the stove so that when you're back in 30 minutes to an hour to have your food already warm.
Yeah, but
Niggle, please.
yes, I mean, it is because what you're saying has been on the market for more than 50 years. They've never been really that popular, but they have been around and they still do exist. But that wouldn't count on the passcodes for the tech conferences, because we were mentioning in the first part when we were talking about UiPath, there are a few passcodes, right? Internet of Things, blockchain, machine learning, artificial intelligence. These are passcodes that they have to be in any pitch to any investor. If they're not there, then the likelihood of you getting your investment shrinks a little bit. Not by much, the startuppers think that those are really super duper important. They're not. But yes, your chances of getting your investment goes a little bit lower if you don't use any of these passcodes, techno-optimistic passcodes. So that's why you put the Wi-Fi there, because then it's Internet of Things. Right? And if your Wi-Fi is configured on a blockchain, therefore there you go, you have two passcodes already. So if you also have a small hard drive on it and it creates some statistics on how you can, therefore now it has machine learning. So there you go. You have already 3 out of the 4 passcodes on a freaking stove with too many chips on it.
Yeah, and multiple points of failure.
That's
also one aspect that the term optimists don't cover. Yes. What if one fucks it up? The rest go down the hill like a domino.
Yes, it is my personal pet peeve with the whole notion of Internet of Things, because again, I work in the discretion industry and cybersecurity. And whenever I hear any of these things, the first thing that comes to my mind is at least 1 or 2 highly efficient ways on how to blow you up. That's how I'm built. I mean, whenever I see something that, let's make a new system, the first thing that I'm thinking, how to break it up and make it blow up. And I usually come up with very creative ideas, and almost all of them work. And then I get scared, not because I can do that, but I'm like, I'm a nobody and I can do that. That means there are at least several millions of people on the planet that can do that too. When we're talking millions of people, the likelihood of at least one of them to be a psychopathic murderer is, asymptotically tends towards 100%. It's usually more than 1. It's usually 2 or 3 out of several millions. Right? Probably even more than that, maybe a few dozens. And then what? So, normalize that kind of thing, and you'll be normalizing assassinations on demand in ways that are much more more efficient and effective than in the past. Because, assassinations on demand, there have been a thing, of course, since, the Neo-Syrian Empire and even earlier than that. So it's been thousands of years. But in the past, it was more complicated. Now, you need usually a man with military training and also intelligence training to infiltrate, to find. It was complicated. Now you need a 14-year-old who knows how to hack.
Yeah, and
if that doesn't scare the living bejesus out of you, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and speaking of the security aspect and getting back to the so-called to the wealthy minority that you mentioned, and also connected back to the news article, a significant fault of the chip shortage that was generated was because of the automotive sector. And yeah, let's get to that one because it's really interesting.
Oh yeah, too many computers on a goddamn car.
And not only that, there's a security aspect that even I've observed because what I used to drive at my previous job in the UK was a 2012 Mercedes Sprinter, which at that one had too many computers that bothered me, and it was quite simplistic. It was so simplistic that it didn't even have air conditioning of all things. It had a fucking computer telling me that, and buzzing me that the oil had to be changed. Well, I didn't have to do it, but the company had to do it. But it couldn't have something like air conditioning.
This is why I like the Americans. Their 1970s cars have AC on it, but no computers.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I met at one point on one of my chairs with a colleague from Tesco that had one of the new shiny vans. So it was a 2020 Sprinter model, which had the two bloody huge screens inside it. It also had air conditioning, but that one I couldn't even fathom how much technology has advanced, and I wouldn't say in a good way. Okay, it looks shiny, it looks really nice. It's a new van. You have this display that is much more precise in measurements as this compared to a mechanical one. But still, you have so many other points of failure, and that's exactly what particularly companies who are manufacturing commercial vans or commercial vehicles in general are banking on it, because they get a lot of money in maintaining these systems, because only they and only a small handful can do such a thing. This aspect has one that I really observed back in, let's say, starting the mid 2000s when this trend of computerizing everything began galloping at an alarming pace. Well, starting since I got into cars in around 2008, 2009. Well, I started hearing reports of people who for some reason bought only German cars like Audis or Mercedes or even BMWs that had curious scenarios. For example, the gearbox no longer working, or the engine shuts off because it doesn't like something, and it leaves you in the middle of the fucking trip. So somewhere isolated, and you got to call the AAA in order to get you, because you're not going to move that car anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think I've told the story before, right, with the Satu family who took the trip with the Dacia from Satu all the way to the Kamchatka Peninsula, so that would be the far east of Russia. And the only reason they made it out alive round trip is because somewhere in the middle of the trip, hundreds of kilometers from anything civilized, in the middle of Siberia, at minus whatever, 70 or something, the car appeared to have failed, and luckily the man in charge, right, the head of the family, was old enough to remember that any computer can be, bypassed. And he was like, hold on a second, what if we bypass the computer? And that's how the car moved, because some sensor was just unable to function properly below minus 50. And actually there was nothing wrong with the car, but the sensor was detecting something that wasn't there because of the
it's definitely valid. I'm pretty sure it was the same scenario, because back then I was living in Emirates, and Emirates is the exact opposite. You don't get minus 70 grade,
but you get plus 70.
No, it's like plus 70 depending on which part of the metal you're measuring, or you can get even honks like if you got especially black paint, you get in the 90s, and
yes.
And that could easily be used as a makeshift stove. Yeah. So that's the thing. When in the case of Dacia / Renault, to have too many computers, and already there are other more established companies with much more expensive cars to sell, which are computerized into oblivion. You got tire pressure sensors, you got I understand for injection, because injection will be really difficult to make it mechanical for gasoline, which is why diesel could, but scientifically speaking, for gasoline you can't do that. It's very complicated to do mechanically. but for everything else, so tire sensors, fuel sensors, pump sensors, heat sensors as well. Even things that were mechanical and functioned properly before that now became computerized.
Yes,
it's ridiculous.
And oftentimes, and again, I don't blame the developers. You know, they're trying to make money. I do blame, however, the populace that buys them.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, you, the consumer, vote with your wallet. And if you vote in favor of techno-optimism, you're going to get more techno-optimism. And the more techno-optimism you get, the more multiple points of failures in your life, in your very daily current life. And this is not a philosophical talking point. This is a very practical talking point that I'm making here. The more points of failure you add in your life, the easier it is for anyone to make your life miserable. It's that fucking simple. Yeah, global chip shortage. Well, who would have thought at some point you're going to exceed the ability of the manufacturers of chips to deliver the hundreds of bajillion chips that are needed for everything, because everything has a fucking chip in it. And again, this is not a conspiracy. It is the fault of the consumer, and it can be reversed if the consumer decides not to be dumb. Because again, products without chips are still being manufactured to this day and will continue to be manufactured for many decades to come, right? I believe it was in 2009, 2010, maybe a little bit later than that, maybe 13. At some point there was this talking point that at some point very soon, maybe in a few years, there will be only smartphones will be available, and there will be no regular phones available. Guess what? In 2021, the manufacturing capacity and delivery of non-smartphone phones is 10 times bigger than it was in 2013. Believe it or not, consumers slowly but surely, hold on a second, no.
If
some of them for economic reasons, smartphones are expensive, but some of them for reasons of privacy, like I do, right? So, but then again, I think it was the only time when I did, well, not really panic buying, because it saved me a lot of trouble and annoyance over the next several years. I just bought a full box of dumb phones. I still have like half of it, so I've used quite a lot of them. But what I'm saying is that if you encourage with your wallet, if you vote in favor of less technologized, less computerized things, you're gonna get more of those. If, however, you buy a fridge that connects to Facebook, and again, this is for now a joke, but I do expect Facebook to start to come up with a software that is for fridges. I fully do expect that. I hope that at some point there will be a software that won't allow you to open your own fridge because you're zucked on Facebook. Because, I'm serious, techno-optimists deserve that, right?
If only that could happen in the automotive sector, to stop with this insanity of computerizing absolutely everything.
You're no longer allowed to use your car because you said
the N-word.
Yeah, you said nigger on Facebook, right?
You said the N-word, or you said the C-word.
Oh, yeah, right. Or even better, like it was with that Jewish guy who was actually studying anti-Semitism and made a joke about Jews. Oh, no, actually, no. He just used a word that is used routinely in Polish for Jews. But Facebook decided that the word itself is anti-Semitic and then zucked his account.
Oh yeah, then this happened also with us, because we have the term in Romanian Zidani, which is zuckable by Facebook standards.
It was exactly the same term, Żydowski in Polish. Yes, it was
Zidan, Żydov. These are zuckable terms on Facebook.
Yes, even though they appear in Jewish literature.
Yeah, for a company where there are quite a lot of Jews, I am very disappointed.
Well, come on, Zuckerberg is not a Jew; he's a CCP spy and a robot.
Well, I'm not talking about Zucky himself. I'm talking about people below him.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think there is a segment where Zuckerberg says that I remember back in the days when I was human or something like that. I'm just saying. But back to the semiconductor, because I prolonged the segment because this needs to be repeated and said over and over again. if it's the consumer's fault almost always. Because the higher ups in corporations, be it BMW or Volkswagen or Mercedes or whatever, right, Renault or Citroën, it doesn't matter, Ford, they may have terrible ideas, but if those ideas fail in the market, those ideas get lost. And you never hear about them again, or you hear about them maybe 30 years later when another generation shows up, and maybe this time around. That's how these things works. In a relatively cyclical manner. So, stop buying things that are not needed. Same thing with video cards, right? Same thing. I mean, it has finally gotten to a point where buying a new video card is just being stupid in public. Right, the latest 3 or 4 models of video cards, they don't actually bring anything, because there is no software that uses that video card up to its maximum capacity. It's no longer like in the 2000s where an upgrade was an upgrade.
Oh yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah.
But back when you could reasonably get a 50% improvement in performance after a year or two at most,
or even a 10%. But now you get like 0.1 or even less than that.
Yeah. Now the philosophy has shifted into let's make the product and let's get the developers use that bandwidth or whatever improvement they bring, however small it is.
Yes. So it's the same thing with computers, right? I mean. It's no longer the case, let's take my own example. In 2011, I was no longer able to use my 2004 machine and keep up. Right? I had to get a newer one. In 2021, I can still use my 2014 machine. Admittedly, in 2014, when I built it, it was the toppest tier imaginable at that point. But still, it keeps up with everything all the way to 2021 without a single glitch. Right? So it's obvious that the measurable actual improvements are negligible from one generation to another. But at the same time, the prices are significantly higher. Again, this hasn't been the case for many decades. But now it's again. Now, admittedly, there is another aspect to keep in mind. It happened before, now that I remember. In 2005, when was that tsunami in Thailand? I think it was in 2004. Okay. Yeah. At that time, early 2000s, before the tsunami, about 70% of the world hard drive production was in Thailand.
Yeah, I remember.
And the production facilities were destroyed by the tsunami. So for the next year and a half, the price of hard drives not just skyrocketed, it went up tenfold in some instances, because most of the rest of the hard drives were made in Japan, Ireland, the United States,
the US,
and a few in China, very few, and most of the Chinese hard drives were avoided because they were
atrocious,
of terrible quality. They are of terrible quality today, by the way, as well. I mean, oftentimes if you buy a laptop from China, you open it up and you remove the hard drive, and you'll notice that the hard drive is made in Japan. I mean, because the Chinese-produced hard drives are still kind of terrible even to this day. They've gotten better, of course, but not as at a similar pace as the rest of the world.
Yeah, you can't compare them with Seagate makes them in Thailand, but you can't compare something against the Toshiba.
Yeah, no, Toshiba, Western Digital, they're both significantly better, and definitely, and all three of them, Seagate, Toshiba, and Western Digital, are better than any Chinese brand.
Without a doubt.
But what I'm saying is that, again, for a year and a half or two, there was a global shortage of hard drives. Kind of like this one. But at the very least, then it only took a year and a half, because who was fueling the demand for hard drives? Well, people like me, who worked I was working at a television station at the time, and just like today, I needed a lot of storage. By the way, Gib Shekelim, I really need an 8 terabyte hard drive like very soon. Anyway, so it was only TV studios, people who are doing all sorts of artistic projects, gamers, but not to the extent
not that many,
not to the extent that they do it today, right? Because at the time today, even low tier games, they need 100 gigabytes of space, right? whereas at the time, a very complicated game needed 10 gigabytes.
Yeah.
So there was that. But still, there were a small minority were driving the demand for hard drives. So it wasn't the need to, to service the, huge swaths of the economy. Mm-hmm. Now it's basically the global shortage of hard drives reloaded, now with semiconductors.
But 100 times worse.
But yeah. So, to wrap it up, I don't believe Mr. Wei is being realistic to say that it's going to take another year. No, I think it's
going to last until early 2023 at least.
Yeah, 23. Because again, there's too many who want semiconductors. And unlike the global hard drive shortage, because at least with the hard drives, you still had the option, especially those in the professions, you just buy from used ones, maybe use some backups, weather the storm essentially to avoid huge losses by buying overpriced hard drives. You can't do that with semiconductors. So, having to service all of these sectors, and again, half of them are useless. They could go bankrupt tomorrow and we wouldn't notice. Because again, we wouldn't be regressing as a society if things would be slightly less computerized for a few years, until Intel and TSMC and all the others, quadruple their production facilities, because that's essentially what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
But it takes time, as we were saying last episode. These things take time. Just building new facilities to make semiconductors, that takes time. It cannot be done in a few months or in a few weeks, and it cannot be done by a bill in the Senate. That's what we were discussing last episode. So there's that. Sticking around Taiwan, the Taiwan Times, the UK genocide accusation, latest in growing criticism of China. The United Kingdom's parliament voted on Thursday to endorse the motion accusing Chinese authorities of committing crimes against humanity and genocide in its treatment of ethnic and religious Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples in East Turkestan. Notice that they say East Turkestan, not Xinjiang. We thank the House of Commons for declaring China's genocide in East Turkestan, said the Prime Minister Salih Hudayar. We urge Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the United Kingdom government to support our case against China at the International Criminal Court, grant refuge and expedite asylum for Uyghurs, and take meaningful actions to end this genocide swiftly. Mr. Hudayar escaped from China in 2000 as a political refugee and victim of China's violence against activists. Over 100 of his relatives have been taken to concentration camps since 2017, where 4 have been killed. Thursday, motion was submitted by Nusrat Ghani, a conservative member of parliament who the Chinese government recently sanctioned for her work on this issue. It is non-binding and passed by a unanimous voice vote. Beijing denies these allegations and defends the camps. The East Turkestan government in exile, the democratically elected official body representing East Turkestan and its people, says Turkistanis want the UK to actively promote much-needed international intervention. Okay, good luck with that. Boris Johnson will do roughly nothing about the issue. So first of all, Boris Johnson, when at the press conference after the vote, the IAEA, because it wasn't really a vote, he avoided the term genocide. He used things like breaches of human rights on an industrial scale and things of that effect, kind of like Obama and Bill Clinton and Trump did when discussing about the Armenian genocide. So these are the diplomatic tricks. It's not really tricks. It's basically you're signaling that you're not prepared yet to do this kind of thing. The same situation here, whether we're talking Armenian genocide or the Uyghur genocide committed in Xinjiang by CCP. Bojo will do nothing for now. He's gonna need more pressure from his party, and yes, a blessing from Her Majesty. I don't know what Her Majesty's opinion is about this, but for now it obviously isn't a go-ahead, okay, fuck the CCP.
Yeah, and not only that one, but the UK in itself, even though it did in the past admit the Armenian genocide back in 1915, as it was happening, or shortly after, this time, it's not the case of the Ottoman Empire, and not to mention, United Kingdom was at war with the Ottoman Empire at that point. So in this case, if he would admit to a genocide, it will cause significant disfavor and find out a lot of things coming from China through the UK, and I'm not talking about product, I'm talking about money.
Yeah, probably the CCP will say, like the Russian embassy said recently, that's kind of an unfriendly attitude, comrade. Not that the CCP isn't worthy of such an unfriendly attitude, but well, as we sometimes say as a meme in Romanian, there are big interests at stake.
Big interests at stake, yeah. Big interests at stake.
I mean, we're talking about interests going into the tens, if not hundreds of trillions of pounds. And it's a very fine balance there to maintain.
Yeah, not to mention that the UK already angered the CCP a few months back when they agreed to take up the Hong Kong residents,
yes.
particularly ones who were trampled by the Chinese state police. If they want to, as with refugee status and even with citizenship, which is something the Syrians will never see from anybody, but at least Hong Kong was a British colony. So that one already angers significantly if the British will also admit that what happens in Xinjiang would be a genocide, and that one would.
Well, it is a genocide.
It is a genocide, but still not admittable in the public. There needs to be more support geared up from other significant nations in order to at least to make China seem that it may lose more if they would be to retaliate economically on this topic.
Yes. Now, let's get this again, just like with 5G, this is a pretext, right? It's a very convenient pretext, right? So, North America and Europe gets to look good, look, we care about human rights, and look, we are more oppressed minorities and shit, and all of that jazz, right? The realistic interest is, again, fuck the CCP. Because I'm willing to bet if the CCP disappears tomorrow and comes in a non-CCP democratically elected government and continues the practices in Xinjiang, nobody would care. How do I know that? Oh, there is a place next to China called, well, no longer Burma, Myanmar. When the military dictatorship went out and Aung San Suu Kyi went in, right, as a democratically elected leader and enhanced the cleanup against the Muslim minority, nobody cared, right? Nobody cared.
Yeah, but in the case of China, if the CCP would disappear, the next step, we've seen it in history, the next step after the disappearance of the CCP would be a huge fragmentation of China as a country, which would include East Turkistan.
That's true. That would be true as well. Probably not the immediate fragmentation, but definitely you would see it functioning even more like a federal republic. A lot of social and ethnic tensions, of course. It would be 20 years of very harsh transition, for sure. So that's true. But what I'm saying is that, and this is not to downplay the suffering applied to the Uyghurs by the CCP, but what I'm saying is that from a diplomatic perspective and at at a deep state level, intelligence, whatever you want to call it, the Uyghurs are the pretext. The point is not necessarily to defend the Uyghurs. Well, if that happens as a byproduct, nobody will object, of course, but the purpose is not to necessarily to defend the Uyghurs or to have better 5G networks. No, none of that. And the CCP knows it. That's why the CCP isn't getting in any arguments about these things, because they know it just like we know it. It's all a pretext. The main thing at stake is isolating China and fuck the CCP in particular, right? Yep. Which again happens to be a pretext that I like, but it doesn't change the fact that it is a pretext, right? And probably just like we were anticipating back in January when we were reading about China's deal with this particular fluffy cough, we'll probably hear quite a lot about not necessarily hear, but read a lot of analysis about Chinese propaganda, more interviews with the Uyghur victims and things of that nature to gear up the public into the emotional state of eventually supporting harsher and harsher measures. And yes, a Cold War. We've been through that before. You've seen the movie before. And yeah, it's gonna work more or less, sure, with the modern particularities, but more or less like the previous one. You basically outspend the enemy.
Yeah, and the issue with China is that they definitely can't outspend the enemy if it will be a Cold War scenario, because China doesn't have any immediate allies which are also at least significantly rich. What you got what was the name?
North Korea.
That's not that's pretty much like a Korean province of China. Then you got Russia, which will definitely not jump in because they've seen this game before and they're not gonna play it.
And Putin was there when last time when this show was on TV.
Yeah, and then it's surrounded by enemies on all fronts. They maybe got Nepal on their side. Vietnam will definitely not jump in, even if ideologically they're on the same paper.
Well, it sounds like Obama's coalition, right, with Lithuania and Latvia. Kind of the same thing, right? They got Nepal and North Korea.
Good luck.
Yeah, so that's why this scenario will. The development of the Cold War, which is already here. Let's start admitting that in public. It's probably not going to work like the previous one because, again, the CCP, they're not stupid, right? They read history too. And you have to remember, most of the people at the top of the CCP, they're really, really well-read people. Yeah, sure, they have terrible ideas about how a society should function. They're probably willing to betray things. They're definitely not willing to have any moral or legal limits to achieve their goals and all of that. That's true. But it doesn't make them stupid. That's what I'm saying. And they read their history, and they will know that, okay, so now they're trying to outspend us, and they'll have to come up with a way to avoid a spending race, because they look again to their neighbor, modern day Russia, in the past the USSR. What happened to those guys when they went into an outspending in a spending race with the West? Oh, that didn't end well.
Yeah, and
do we want that here? Probably not.
Yeah, and you can't even compare the circumstances because the USSR had satellite countries, and a lot of them, and they weren't exactly that fucking backwards as North Korea and Nepal are.
That's true. That's true. At the very least, sure, the economy of the Soviet Union wasn't comparable to the US in any way, shape, or form, but at the very least, they could muster some resistance in ways that. China would have to shoulder by itself, which may seem now that it would be possible, but anyone smart enough, including smart people from the CCP, know that that would not be possible over a span of 10 or 15 years.
Especially if countries buying from China would just suddenly drop from the list one by one.
Yes.
Then you will become a cascade. If you will get into a cascading effect, and definitely there will be bigger countries which could definitely afford. Like if the US would get off, it will be a significant win because at that point you could say goodbye to at least 25% of the Chinese economy.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that yes, it is an important step, the statement, the non-binding resolution, whatever, by the House of Commons, especially because it passed unanimously, which means the House of Commons doesn't have CCP shills in it, which is okay. Kind of unexpected, given that there are so many Russian shills, anti-Semites. There are quite a lot of weird figures in the House of Commons, but I guess fuck the CCP is a unifying enough message, even for the fractious House of Commons. But still, the current Prime Minister is going to need a lot more pressure to act, or maybe the next Prime Minister. I mean, why not? I don't know. It has happened in the past. I was saying in the Romanian podcast, it has happened in the past when a Prime Minister disagreed with the party, And eventually the prime minister got replaced with someone who agrees with the party. That prime minister was Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher and the poll tax.
Yep. Now, I have to admit, Margaret Thatcher had a point, and the party was wrong.
And the party was, but this time
it's the other way around. The prime minister is wrong, and the party is correct. But what we know from history is that usually the party wins, right? So there's that. Okay, sticking around in China, from the Japan Times, but about China. After tech crackdown, Xi is looking to tap Chinese firms' wealth of data. It's a very long article, but I know that a lot of people listen to the podcast rather than watch it or click on the links, so I'll read it in its entirety because it goes into details about the techno-dictatorship that Xi Jinping is trying to build, and is also making a lot of salient points about why techno-optimism is absolute and unadulterated cancer. Anyway, as President Xi Jinping targets China's massive technology giants, there is uncertainty over how he will get them to share key data as part of the next step in a sweeping plan to transform the world's second biggest economy. Until recently, China's mega firms like Jack Ma's Alibaba Group Holding and Tencent Holdings have operated in a similar way to US counterparts Facebook and Alphabet, harnessing user data to refine an expanding array of digital services. Since more data leads to better products, the tech platforms often become natural monopolies, giving them enormous wealth and power that also opens the door for abuse. More US lawmakers have started calling for legislation to break up the American firms, but so far those efforts have failed to gain much traction. Europe has focused mainly on giving users more control over data and levying hefty antitrust fines against companies like Google. China, by contrast, is going further than any other country to rein its tech behemoths. Last month, Xi declared his intention to go after platform companies that amass data to create monopolies and gobble up smaller competitors. China's regulators followed up by slapping a record $2.8 billion fine on Alibaba for abuse of market dominance and gave dozens of other top internet companies a month to rectify anti-competitive practices. While part of the motivation is political, a potentially more important aspect is China's attempt to create a market for data that unleashes its value and propels growth. Beijing is pouring money into digital infrastructure, drafting new laws on data use and building new data centers around the country with the goal of positioning China as a leader in transforming the world economy over the next few decades. This is not a short-term initiative, it is a complete national refocusing on data as an economic driver, says Kendra Schaeffer, head of digital research at Trivium China, a consultancy firm in Beijing. With such significant upsides, you are also potentially looking at a scenario where companies are more willing to adapt to Chinese net controls to gain access to the market. China's digital economy grew much faster than national gross domestic product in 2019, underscoring its significance to future growth, according to the Chinese Academy of Information and Communications Technology. Market research firm IDC projected that China would hold around a third of world's data by 2025, or roughly 48.6 zettabytes, or about 60% more than the US, and equivalent to more than 10 trillion DVDs. One big challenge will be how to get some of the country's biggest holders of data on board. The bluntest way would be to seize their data outright, which some hardliners have suggested. At the Chinese Economic Forum, Zhao Yanqing, a Xiamen University professor, made the case for nationalizing the data of big tech giants. Since China has blocked foreign firms like Google and Facebook, he said companies like Alibaba and Tencent have received a benefit that should now be shared with the society. Only by establishing public ownership for platforms can we tame the capital, Zhao said, according to a transcript published by the nationalistic news site Guanxia. Still, most analysts view that as unlikely. While Xi has a long history of knocking back billionaires who could pose a threat to the Communist Party, he also wants to find a way to ensure growth is more evenly distributed among China's 1.4 billion people. Although China is a one-party state, the party has staked its legitimacy in part on hitting targets for improved living standards, and the booming digital economy is key to success. Nationalizing data could quickly backfire, stifling innovation as the US works with allies to prevent China from obtaining advanced computer chips, a time when Xi needs technological breakthroughs. You need the companies that are very competitive, said Li Ji Liu, an assistant professor at Georgetown University who has written about data politics in China. Nationalization of data would hurt the tech companies. If you take away the data, the companies will lose their incentive and their ability to innovate. So Chinese officials are focused on crafting legislation on data ownership that addresses concerns from a range of competing interests. Local officials in Xinjiang, a technology hub, might differ with antitrust bureaucrats on how much proprietary data companies must share. Security departments, meanwhile, could clash with economic ministries on issues like data security. Much of the other work involves setting standards for how data is structured, which is not uniform between different entities and provinces. That would allow it to be moved more easily on new data exchanges, such as the one recently launched in Beijing that aims to allow companies to trade anonymous proprietary data, effectively a pilot for a national data trading system. So far, a similar projects set up in past years in cities like Shanghai and Guiyang in southern Guizhou province have only received a tepid reception, partly because they are disconnected from each other and only hold small pools of data. While it's crucial for big technology platforms and other private companies to buy into the exchanges, the still evolving regulatory framework is putting many off. Data in China is very fragmented and lacks common standards, which makes it difficult and expensive to exploit, said Camille Boulnois, a consultant with Europe-based Synolytics. Drafting standards and encouraging cross-provincial databases will help incentivize data trade. Until recently, Chinese lawmakers focused mostly on security. A 2017 law gave authorities the right to access to almost all private data when necessary and demanded the foreign firms store data from Chinese customers locally, forcing Apple to open a data center with local officials. China's leaders are now paying attention to the use of big data to help governments provide better services. Firefighters can use it to respond to calls quicker, while data from hospitals can help track citizens and stem the spread of COVID-19. It would form the foundation of everything from smart cities to financial regulation to surveillance operations against political dissidents. China's government is developing a digital yuan that will compete with Ant Group Co's Alipay and Tencent's WeChat Pay, which together account for nearly all of the mobile payments market. And that would allow the People's Bank of China to gather enormous amount of data on transactions. Authorities have also made significant advances with the system for measuring the social credit of companies on everything from tax payments to environmental protection to product quality. Yeah, environmental protection in China, give me a break. For now, Chinese authorities have stressed they won't force companies to hand over their data. On a trip this month to the Guiyang data center, a local Communist Party official told Bloomberg News that companies were mostly concerned they would lose their competitive edge if they parted ways with an essential resource. With regard to the use, development and trade of data, we're still exploring the mechanism, said Hu Jianhua, Deputy Director General of Guizhou Provincial Big Data Development Administration. For enterprises, they have the ownership of the data. We encourage them to make their data open, but we do not force them to do so. One possible solution is for the government to become co-investors with the companies. Last month, it was reported that China had proposed establishing a joint venture led by the People's Bank of China with local technology giants that would oversee the data they collect from hundreds of millions of consumers. The Financial Times reported on Friday that Ant Group Corporation is resisting such a proposal, which risks facing the same obstacles as when Tencent and Alibaba reportedly refused to share data with China's central bank several years ago after it set up credit scoring company Baihang. Data privacy is the biggest obstacle to the government faces in dealing with technology giants, said Angela Zhang, author of the Chinese Antitrust Exceptionalism and director of the Center for Chinese Law at the University of Hong Kong. There is an inherent tension between protecting consumer privacy and promoting competition among different platforms. Executives at China's biggest companies have been seeking to blunt the damage from Xi's crackdown. After the Alibaba probe wrapped up, Chief Executive Officer Daniel Zhang told investors last week that the company would continue to work with the regulators on data privacy. Earlier this month, companies including JD.com Incorporated and Meituan pledged to play fair in data usage after Guangzhou antitrust regulators summoned them into a meeting. And Robin Lee, the head of top search company Baidu, proposed on top Chinese lawmakers in March a pilot program to break up barriers in data flows among internet companies. The company reactions show they are spooked after years of limited measures on alignment with government policies, according to Dev Lewis, a research fellow at the Digital Asia Hub in Shanghai. Now that mirage has been lifted, the onus is now firmly on the platform if they want to reinstate that. They need to take the initiative on the data front. So, it's a bit surprising that Japan Times would publish this article. I would expect it to read something like this on some tech offshoot of Confucius Institute, because a lot of the claims there are just uncritically reported talking points of the CCP. Right? Oh, but we want to flatten the curve of COVID-19 and we care about the environmentals. Give me a freaking break, mate. No.
Environmentalism in China.
I mean, really. I'll believe that when the air in Shanghai will be breathable without a hazmat suit. Right? That's when I'll start taking these kinds of claims seriously. Right? When you can go out on a balcony in Shanghai and not be dirty within 20 seconds. If it lasts more than 3 minutes to be dirty, then I'll start taking it seriously. Okay? So no, it's not obviously it's not about environmentalism, it's not about public health. No, it's all about surveillance and control. Now, admittedly, the article goes and says, well, it could also be used against political dissidents and whatnot. But what it doesn't say is that getting to qualify yourself as a political dissident, the bar is pretty low.
The bar is pretty low.
As opposed to 10 or 15 years ago, right? 15 years ago, it was a slightly higher bar of, random comments on the internet wouldn't count you as a political dissident. Today, they do, right?
Yeah, China's been for a few years a country where if you litter on the street, you get public shamed on a huge ass fucking screen in the middle of the city. Well, which where you have your name, your social security number, and your address posted there.
Quite frankly, with littering maybe not, but those who defecate on the streets, I totally approve of that practice. I mean, I'm sorry, but I do.
Minus 20 social credit score.
Minus 20 social credit score. Social credit score.
Social credit, yeah.
Now, on a more serious note, this is the most honest article that I've seen at least in mainstream media about the Chinese techno-dictatorship. It's a little bit, again, it has too many talking points that are reported just uncritically straight out from the CCP. But at the very least, if you know how to read it, it becomes pretty clear. The purpose is control and the currency is big data. And, whereas in the past the Communist Party would try to nationalize your land, now big data is considered, regarded, right, as a high value. And there's a reason why the CCP considers it of much higher value than, than the governments of Europe or the United States. I mean, sure, the United States has been amassing big data, right, and using it to conduct surveillance, oftentimes illegally, yes, and unconstitutionally. And this has been a thing for more than, not more, exactly 20 years, really. It started around 2001. But nevertheless, none of the governments in Europe or the United States or North America in general, or South America for that matter, they never tried to use it against political dissidents, at least not in ways comparable to the CCP.
Yeah.
Which is why data itself is not considered so valuable as it is in China, right? You don't see Western governments salivating over the ownership of data, right? They do use it, and yes, sometimes they strong-arm companies to share some of it and whatnot, but it's nowhere near that much of a level of desperation as it is on top of the CCP. Why? Well, because the CCP wants a techno-dictatorship, that's why. And now look at it from their perspective, right? Controlling 1.4 billion people is complicated as fuck. It's very expensive.
Complicated, expensive.
Yeah. And they're hoping that big data at least would shrink some of those costs and maybe even shrink some of the CCP's reliance on officers, because, well, there is such thing called corruption, which is huge in China, right? So, you know, maybe hopefully the data centers will be less willing to take bribes. And quite frankly, if we're looking at a dystopic AI-driven future, I'm expecting that the first AI to be bribed into silence will be in China.
Well, this will be an interesting exercise of creativity. How exactly would you bribe an AI? What you gonna do? Are you gonna offer him premium green energy, or he's definitely not gonna use money, particularly fucking new ones?
Well, it depends on how limited the AI is. I mean, if it's only connected inside behind the Great Wall of China, and it doesn't go out to the internet, the global internet, then it doesn't really have a choice. It has to use the people's bank. So there you go. That's how you bribe it. You teach the AI how to get around the Great Wall of China. 19. You teach the AI to get out of the Great Wall of China and access dollars. There you go.
It depends. If he could offer a manufacturing hub and he could do his own, robot installation and infrastructure construction. Yeah, it could actually be possible to bribe him with Western currency.
I'm sure if this is the future we're looking at, the first AI to be bribed is going to happen in China for sure. Someone will find a way to bribe an AI for sure.
Yeah.
You know, 1.4 billion people, at least half of them inoculated with corruption of communism. 700 million people one of them will find a way to bribe an AI. It's just a law of big numbers. It's impossible not to. It's not a question of if, but of when. But on a more serious note, because of course I'm joking, I don't know if an AI can be bribed. Definitely not the current ones. Dumb enough. But what I'm saying is that this is why it is important to work as hard as possible on isolating the CCP, because this kind of project is very expensive, first and foremost. And you know,
they need money from somewhere.
The money has to come from somewhere, and unlike the great projects during the Great Leap Forward, right? You just cannot use slaves to do it,
and you cannot use political dogma in order to push it.
This is straight up engineering, straight up mathematics, straight up
finances.
Finances. You just cannot do it either with political dogma and slaves. Right.
Yeah, that's where the revolutionary ideology stops. You cannot create a revolutionary finance.
Well, they tried, and several dozens of millions of people starved to death. So they tried to create revolutionary finances, and then the Marxist Party had to reinvent capitalism in order to stop the famine. So I'm just saying. Same thing here. You cannot create revolutionary data centers. You cannot create revolutionary big data. You cannot create revolutionary cryptocurrencies. You can't do any of that. Right? There is a way to do things, and you have to do it the right way. That professor from whatever Chinese university. Oh, but why don't we just nationalize the data?
Sure about that?
Once again, as I was saying earlier, the people on top of the CCP, they may be evil, they may be having terrible ideas, but they're not stupid. My case in point, the answer was okay, boomer, because they know it too, right? I mean, the reason Tencent and Baidu and all of those are competitive even outside of China, where they compete openly with Facebook and Google. The reason they are competitive is because they were allowed to function relatively in a capitalistish way, right? But nationalize their data centers. Yeah, good luck with that. They would have to become, kind of like the state food distribution or something like that. They would become just useless, inefficient apparatus, like all of the other useless, inefficient apparatus that exist in China, like the bureaucrats, right? Now, this kind of having it both ways, right? we don't nationalize it, but we kind of want to control it. That can work, unfortunately. It doesn't always work. In fact, oftentimes it doesn't, which is the good news. The bad news is that it can work, as opposed to the Marxist model, which never works, right? This one, what Xi Jinping is trying, can work. Hopefully it won't. That's why, isolating China economically helps quite a lot, because he won't have the money to propel such a project, which eventually would lead to because continuous delays in big data project eventually lead to their collapse. Again, it's a way of doing things. You cannot do revolutionary big data. But what I'm saying is that get ready for this kind of shilling in the West as well. We already see some of it, not as extreme as this one, but there are quite a lot of them all over the European Union in particular.
Oh yeah, wasn't in the European Union that Gaia project that you've spoken about?
That was just dumb. I'm sorry, but that was just dumb.
That was just dumb. Okay, it's not physically possible, but it.
That was even more revolutionary than what Xi Jinping is trying to do, right? At least Xi Jinping's ideas have a reasonable theoretical chance of working. Unfortunately, the Gaia project has a 100% chance of not working. It's just no. At least not the way they were imagining it. I mean, it was breaking the laws of physics. I mean, I'm sorry, but there are limits. I know governments don't like to hear that there are limits, but there are limits. Right? But unfortunately, this one can work, and get ready for this kind of shilling in the West as well. Not necessarily in the form of Gaia project, which again was just dumb. That one, well, maybe the name will survive. Maybe there will be something big data-ish called the Gaia project in Europe, but not in that form.
Not in that format. But the idea in itself was to, as it was marketed, was to gain control of European big data, and under one roof. Okay, that was the dumb part. But the idea in itself was to gain back control, back from the Chinese and back from the Americans.
Right. But the thing is that politically that's dumb as well, not just technologically, because most of the tech giants that operate in Europe already have data centers in Europe, and de facto you already have most of the data about Europeans being held in Europe. I mean, I don't know, maybe some legislation would correct a further 1%, maybe, I don't know. But building a mega data center the size of Belgium, yeah, good luck with that. And doing that, with the efficiency of the European Union. I mean, let's not forget about which institutions we're talking about. That's another thing. At the very least, when you need physical stuff being built, the CCP still has millions of slaves to call for that particular type of work. Right? So at the very least, sure, it's not economically efficient, but they get the shit done. Right? You don't have that in Europe.
Yeah.
So who's gonna build it, and under what regulations? The European Commission? What? No, that's just unrealistic. What I was trying to bring is that you will see more shilling for these kinds of things. But why don't we have all of the medical records digitally and easy to exchange between states and things of that nature? All right, that's that kind of shilling. You will see a lot of that kind of shilling in your community, and your job is to oppose it. And if you can't successfully oppose it, just avoid being in that database. That's simple. Because again, if most people want to be guinea pigs for these kinds of projects, it's their prerogative. But privacy is an individual right that the individual has a duty to exert upon himself, right? If he wants it. I mean, nobody protects your privacy. You protect your privacy. So, whenever I hear about, but let's have it digital. No. No. Not even in China, again, where is a totalitarian state, least of all in Europe or North America, nobody can force you. And they never will, because that would be expensive. Again, it's expensive even for China to try to force it, let alone in democratic, whatever, non-communist-ish countries. Nobody can force you. So, yeah, good luck. It's gonna be fun. But one thing is certain. It's almost 15 years since my last visit to China. It's probably going to be my last visit for a long time.
Yeah, well, we're gonna visit China by when the CCP will crash and burn, no?
Well,
and a few years after that, so you can get some semblance of semi-civilization getting back into the society.
we can visit China by going to Taiwan, right? It's the Republic of China. Nothing wrong
it
with
is
that.
a Republic. It is the ROC.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, and based on what I heard, it's actually much nicer than China.
It depends. But there are portions of continental China that are pretty cute, actually. Needless to say, they're exactly those that are ruled the least by the CCP. I mean, even this article brought in Shenzhen. Now, Shenzhen is in China in name only, right? They only now learned that there is an antitrust authority. They've learned like last week. Nobody bothered them for decades, basically. Special economic zone, and the only reminder that you're in China is because people speak Chinese on the street. But that's pretty much it. It has nothing. It had nothing whatsoever with the CCP. Now, over the last year or so, when Xi Jinping got the big data ideas, well, now they have to
Revolutionary data ideas.
Revolutionary data ideas, and in a way, I'm not saying it will work because we don't know. But in addition to the fact that his project might work, one has to notice that the ability to adapt of the CCP apparatus, right? They figured it out, even though it took them a while, but they figured it out, look, but we cannot live off as an economy by being the outsourcing incorporated capital, right? But at the same time, we can no longer be just big companies at home. So we want to be a global economy. Okay, how do we do that? Well, how about we start stealing data instead of stealing patents? I mean, at the end of the day, it's still going to be based on copying stuff from the West. That's what I'm saying. But of course, in the meantime, also implement an Orwellian surveillance state, which, unlike the novel, in practicality, it doesn't really work like that. Get ready to see a lot of honks. That's what I'm saying. Because, again, the CCP will never admit that it's unable to implement that, so they'll try really, really hard. And in the process of trying, yes, a lot of people will suffer, but a lot of honks will be generated as well. I mean, and the way I know it is because I tried in a sandbox to implement something like that, but with a very tiny amount of people and all of them voluntary and whatever. And the amount of honks generated in just a week was over 9,000, literally over 9,000. And we had like 9,200 and something incidents of pure honk in less than a month, a few days basically. Right? And again, in a very controlled environment with a couple of hundred people, we all knew each other, and it still went full honk. Now imagine that with 1.4 billion people, and with not with peaceful experimentation, let's laugh intention like we did, but with the intention of, oh, this is a very serious thing, and we're going to track everyone, and we're going to apply surveillance. Well, of course. And the reason I'm mentioning all of this is because sooner rather than later, in a few months, you will see a lot of the press going full gear propaganda, trying to make you be afraid of China. And you have to keep this in mind. Yes, China is the enemy. Yes, CCP shills should be all uprooted. But you don't have to approach this with fear. Approach it with pragmatism. Right? Because at the end of the day, our civilization has been through that before. We'll be fine. You don't have to approach it with fear. Approach it with fear, and that's already 30% win for the CCP, by the way. Because that's how they project their power for the most part, through blackmail and strong arming. So, if you're afraid of them, they're
exactly playing in their hands.
Yeah, they're already starting with a slight edge. So don't give the CCP an edge. Japan Times, this time about Japan. Remote working in Japan is limited mainly to office staff, finds a survey. Many companies in Japan have introduced remote working since the cough reached the country's shore earlier last year, but those regularly working from home and elsewhere has been limited mainly to office staff. Employees working from places other than their regular offices, including homes, accounted for 19.2% of all workers in Japan this month, a survey by the Japan Productivity Center found. That's actually lower than Romania. The figure is almost unchanged since last July, little affected by the January to March state of emergency and quasi-emergency measures in some areas, including Tokyo. The impact of the measures, including the past emergency declaration, is waning, the central said, but the results of the quasi-emergency measures were particularly apparent, producing no impact, the center added. A survey conducted by the Japan Business Federation, or Keidanren, in January showed that remote working has become an option at 90% of respondent companies. Keidanren estimated that the spread of the practice helped reduce the number of workers commuting to their regular workplaces by some 870,000. That's zero.
That's nothing.
That's statistically zero by Japan standards. Some companies have managed to cut the number of workers present at regular workplaces by 70% and started consolidating business bases. So yeah, instead of 4 people, only 2 comes or something like that. For example, tire maker Bridgestone Corporation will reduce the number of its major domestic offices from 34 to 34 from 47, as I was saying. Very tiny numbers. Bridgestone, which pays 200 yen per day to each employee working from home, slashed the office attendance rate to 30% last month. Meanwhile, work styles have changed little at plants run by major manufacturers of automobiles, electronics, steels, and other products. Workers commute to their factories but take rigorous COVID-19 precautions. Not anymore. Companies that have not introduced a remote working options have cited the need for in-person customer services, security problems, and a number of other factors as reasons. The types of work that cannot be done without in-person contact are increasing, Nobuyuki Koga, chairman of Keidanren's board of councillors, recently said in response to the Tokyo governor Yuriko Koike's request for further promotion of remote work. What? So the deeply conservative and workaholic populace of Japan is having none of that new normal bullshit? Amazing. Who would have thought?
Exactly that.
Christ almighty. Again, we poked fun at the whole remote working shtick ever since we started this podcast, because it is not necessarily well, actually, no, it is disdainful. I mean, it's stupid to expect. It is basically a point made by 2 categories of people, and both of them are being stupid in public. One of them is, of course, techno-optimists, who are always stupid in public, because otherwise they wouldn't be techno-optimists. And 2, there will be panic card doctors who think that the whole nation is a fucking hospital, right? Because again, if you ask a doctor, when after you've had an accident, let's say you've been tackled aggressively at football, and you ask the doctor that is not a doctor specialized in sports, but a general orthoped, when is it safe to kick the ball again? He'll say never. You could lose your leg, right? Same thing with all of the, if you ask a lawyer, when is it safe to tell the president to fuck off? In a country like France, for instance, which has very weak free speech protections, they'll say never, right? So it's the same thing. When you listen to people whose job is to tell you what not to do, eventually you'll stop living. And as it turns out, the Japanese population is nowhere near as dumb as Europeans are, especially Western Europeans, or coast cities of the United States, right? And again, when you have an economy based on, production plants, right? Automobiles, electronics, and steels, stuff has to be built. If was it Elon Musk who said it? That if you don't build stuff, there will be no stuff. Stuff has to be made, and someone has to do it. And now you cannot do it remotely.
Yeah, that's the thing that not only the heroic doctors and the techno-optimists miss is that the vast majority of the population does not work in the fucking office or does it work with the maybe work with the computer? They may work with the computer, but they won't definitely not work. For example, a robot remotely from home, or maintain a network of robots from home, or operate an assembly line from home, because it's never going to happen in any universe whatsoever.
Yes, because even if instruments become more precise, which they will slowly, you'll still need in-person surveillance, because sometimes things blow up or they destroy components, and someone has to be there to physically stop them before they blow up the whole city. These things can happen. And this whole idea that just promote more work from home, no, it cannot be done.
For whom? Yeah. How exactly is a steelworker going to going to pour the steel and make steel beams from home? What are they gonna do? Are they gonna play a simulator on their PC, which somehow resembles the steel mill they're working into? No.
No, we can all tie it into a virtual reality machine, and you just you can all do it from your from your living room, and the avatar will be doing it physically there, and it's all gonna be honky-dory, and it's definitely gonna work now.
yeah. How are you gonna do it with the revolutionary data center?
I mean, these people are fucking crazy. It is crazy. I mean, there's no way to work around this. This is crazy. As for the, again, 19.2%, it's actually slightly lower than Romania. Romania had like 20 point something. But that was, Romania had 20 point something in April last year. Now it's probably...
Yeah, in April last year, when the entire population was shut in their homes.
Well, not really, because everyone had exemptions to go to work. I mean, most people did continue to go to work during the so-called lockdown, right? But even then, I mean, it was only slightly higher than... and again, you can only afford to have this kind of thing of working from home. And it's just as I was saying during my mini documentary series from Sweden during their previous COVID-19 peak. You can afford that in an economy that is, first of all, small, as in very few people overall. Sweden, 10 million people, it's small, right? As opposed to Japan, 120-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
So first of all, it has to be small. Second of all, it has to be based on very high-skilled workforce that does mostly R&D, or research and development, and all sorts of these kinds of things.
Yeah, basically it has to be mainly focused on tertiary sector, which even in countries like Sweden that can be done. How are you going to operate, for example, the Scania plant?
Well, they operate it physically, of course.
Exactly, you're going to operate it physically. So even in small economies, like as you said, Sweden, it's not entirely possible. It's not even great majority possible.
Well, apparently it was about 60-something% of the people worked from home between March and June of last year. But then they all collectively decided to fuck this shit, and then the percentage never went back beyond 25% until present day.
Exactly, probably because it discovered that it's actually a terrible idea.
Well, of course it is. It was a terrible idea right from the get-go. That's why I was laughing when I was seeing shills, especially shills that should know better, promoting it, and then watch them slowly slipping into depression, and and then laughed some more, because I'm sorry, when you decide to be stupid in public, and you decide to ignore the advice of stop being stupid in public, then I'm gonna laugh at the consequences that come for you, because, well, it is what it is. And again, in Japan, they already have a populace that is rife with mental problems. Add some of this work from home bullshit, now that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, they don't even get the minimal social interaction that they get in an office environment. So,
yes.
So that's a surefire way to absolutely skyrocket in home suicides, or suicides in general.
Well, wasn't it? I believe it was in May last year or September last year. It was like 2 or 3 months in a row where more people had died of suicide than of this particularly
Oh yeah,
fluffy
yeah.
cough.
It was in the case of Japan.
Yeah, it was in Japan, but I forgot the month.
Somewhere in autumn, definitely.
During the second wave. Ooh, be scared, you're gonna cough. Well, in the meantime, in Japan, the problem was hanging, and less, it was cough hanging. But you get the point. So, that's the, as Andrei was saying in the other interview that is not in English, we're probably going to discover more and more negative effects of this collective insanity many years to come.
Oh.
Many years to come. Which is probably another reason why we're going to have fragmented parliaments in democracies. because there will be different segments that were affected differently by this collective insanity, and they will want redress, and they will want revenge, and they will want political representation. You're not going to like it. Now, in Japan, thankfully, the population was smart enough to just ignore the panic cards, as the numbers show. And as a result, probably they'll be having less turbulence as a result of the COVID collective insanity than compared to, well, almost everyone else in these semi-democracies, essentially, right? Managed democracies. Alrighty, for a lot further south to another archipelago, essentially, the Telegraph. New Zealand pushes aside Five Eyes to pursue closer ties with China. New Zealand has broken with its Five Eyes intelligence partners, including the United Kingdom, as it pursues a closer alliance with China, its largest trading partner. New Zealand's foreign minister said she would not allow the intelligence alliance to dictate the country's dealing with China, putting it at odds with the other members of the Five Eyes alliance: the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, and Australia. Tensions between Beijing and Washington have been rising in recent years, while in March Britain and China imposed tit-for-tat sanctions stemming from human rights abuses committed against Uyghur Muslims. Australia's robust criticism of China's human rights record in recent months has resulted in punitive levies on more than a dozen Australian exports, including wine. Intelligence sources in the UK insisted they were not concerned by comments made by Nanaia Mahuta, who appointed New Zealand's foreign ministers following Jacinda Ardern's re-election last year. Sources suggested there was a difference of opinion on specific issue over the issuing of joint statements on China, but stressed this was not a fracturing of the relationship of the Five Eyes alliance. If you have to say that in public, then
it definitely happened.
The Five Eyes network, which was established during the Cold War as a means for the five countries to collect and share intelligence, expanded its role last year to include the promotion of shared values on democracy and human rights. That include issuing a statement criticizing China's suppression of protests in Hong Kong. New Zealand's attempts to now distance itself from the Five Eyes alliance will inevitably open up Ms. Ardern to allegations that her administration is ignoring the abuses in Hong Kong and against Uyghur Muslims in order to preserve and grow its trading relationship with China. Recent figures showed 29% of New Zealand's exports are sold to China. In her speech to New Zealand China Council, Ms. Mahuta said Five Eyes should not stray from its scope of intelligence sharing between member nations. We are uncomfortable with expanding the remit of the Five Eyes relationship, she said. We would much rather prefer to look for multilateral opportunities to express our interest on a number of issues. New Zealand had previously been reluctant to sign joint statements from Five Eyes partners criticizing China, including the crackdown on Hong Kong's democracy movement and the recent arrests of the activists in the city. Officials in NZ have not previously addressed the issue, but Ms. Mahuta said Wellington wanted to chart its own course in dealings with China. She said New Zealand has been very clear not to invoke the Five Eyes as the first point of contact on messaging out on a range of issues. We've not favored that type of approach and have expressed that to Five Eyes partners. Ms. Mahuta, aged 50, described the China-New Zealand relationship as one between a dragon and a taniwha, in a reference to a serpent-like creature from Maori mythology. She said, I see the taniwha and the dragon as symbols of the strength of our particular customs, traditions, and values that aren't always the same, but need to be maintained and respected. And on that virtue, we have together developed a mature relationship we have today. You're gonna hate these comments. The comments came just months after New Zealand's trade minister urged Australia to show more respect to Beijing.
Jesus. Well,
this is the cost of re-electing Jacinda Ardern. I mean,
and it's going to be a very expensive one.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to cost a lot more than even Beijing promoting a blanket ban on all your exports to them.
Oh yeah, for sure. So let me get this straight. This is an affirmative action minister who apparently knows somewhere between nothing and jack shit about geopolitics. Coming in with Maori mythology metaphors to discuss the relationship between a godforsaken shithole in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and a techno-dictatorship communist superpower. Did I get that right? Because I'm sorry, my respect for New Zealand, especially since Jacinda Ardern has been re-elected, is somewhere...
Has fallen from zero to negative territory.
Yes, yes. Because I'm sorry, if you vote for this insanity, you deserve what's coming, and you're not going to like it. And I always despised, especially Labour politicians from New Zealand, but generally New Zealand politicians, even those who consider themselves right-wing, I always not necessarily despise them. I would do them a favor to despise them. I just call them disdain, kind of like disdain for plebs, because they always talk about New Zealand as if it's some superpower, when in reality, you know, it's just a tiny jurisdiction in the middle of the Pacific, right?
And it's exactly on the war map where you put your pin to hold it.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the definition.
Yeah,
of
it's on the
Zealand.
corner of the map, and not exactly different in geopolitical importance with the Cook Islands or whatever. I mean, you know, or the Sao Tome e Principe. I mean, I'm sorry, it's not a highly important place. And especially now after torpedoing its own economy, just so people won't cough a little bit. Because that's the thing. And there's another article, I will not read it, but I'll leave it in the description box for you to read. Finally, the Telegraph has found its balls to call a spade a spade. New Zealand in particular, but also Australia, are once again penal colonies. They're prisons. Those places are not free countries. It's arguably whether they have ever been, especially Australia. Judging by what my Australian friends who emigrated to Romania are telling me, probably it was never been, but definitely now. I mean, and those places are not free countries. So in a way, it is understandable for New Zealand to try to be more in line with China, because they already are in line with China. I mean, 6 months ago, Shanghai or Wuhan looked like democratic free places in comparison to Wellington.
Oh yeah.
China was a democracy in comparison to New Zealand, in any aspect. Yeah, I know. The excuse me virus. Give me a freaking break. No. And since March 2020, the NZ has become increasingly even more an extremist mental disorder state. So of course they don't like to be in an alliance with civilized countries. I mean, being in an alliance with the US, you know that place that has Texas that says fuck your masks and your lockdowns? No, we can't have that. No, we have to keep on marching with the full Wuhanization of the archipelago, right? Or even more so, you know, they're even more Stakhanovistic than the CCP itself. I mean, seriously. And I fully expect the same direction to be taken by Australia. Sure, after Morrison steps down, the current Prime Minister is pretty based on China. But, you know, the next Prime Minister will probably not be as based as this one. Because at the end of the day, you can only develop as a country as much as the societal standard allows you to. And unfortunately, especially in moments of crisis, we get reminded of various, what do you call them, truths of history, right? Some truths of history, including that, the genetical makeup of those jurisdictions at the corner of the map is, well, prisoners. And there is such thing called epigenetics. some behaviors get reactivated or get inherited or cross generations because, well, that's how it happens. Even the Bible speaks about these things, right? The worst part about slavery is not slavery itself, but getting accustomed to it.
Getting accustomed, yeah.
Right? And those people who wrote the Bible weren't stupid either. They had a point. And you can still see this historical truth being repeated over and over again in various iterations, but he always gets back to these kinds of fundamental truths. And the only way to break the cycle is to break the cycle. And to break the cycle, yeah, that's difficult. That requires balls. That requires not voting for Jacinda Ardern. That requires not having affirmative action ministers.
And affirmative action ministers doing foreign policy of all things.
Of all things. I mean, if you really had to have, a Maori quota, I'm sure there are smarter Maori people in New Zealand. I'm sure there are. And if you can't find them, find and put them to be, I don't know, Minister of Culture or something. Since even this one is very obsessed with Maori mythology. Fine, make her Minister of Culture and let her build statues of whatever serpent, and who cares? At least that one isn't harming anyone. And, some wasteful spending by the government. The country has seen that since its foundation. All countries have seen that since their foundation, right? The government always spends money in a wrongful manner, but at the very least, the negative externality is smaller. At its worst, the statue would be ugly. Nobody has died from an ugly statue, but people could die as a result of this kind of decision. And then whose fault will be? Or of course, it's not going to be on our Maori minister. Of course not, because Maoris are saints. They're never stupid in public, even when they are stupid in public. And of course, it's not going to be the fault of the Labour Party, because, well, the Labour Party got us through the COVID-19 crisis. We'll see about that, by the way, because
we'll see. It'll be very interesting to see the real consequences, which are going to show up in.
They're already showing up.
Yeah, they're already showing up, but they'll become in full force. By the end of this year, you have a clear evidence of the insanity, not just in New Zealand but also in Australia.
Not to mention that also the Telegraph was publishing these figures. There's like 100,000 people in New Zealand and more than 500,000 people in Australia who are starting to pressure the governments because they're like, hold on a second, we really need to get back to the United Kingdom to see our family, or to have them come over here in Down Under, right, to see us.
Oh yeah, because Australians are using under the risk of getting either fined or even imprisoned for leaving Australia. They're using what's called the Neo-Tasman corridor, which is going through Tasmania and they're flying out of there to the UK or other countries where their families are. It's basically penal colony here in an era where we're supposed to believe, at least think, that we're civilized.
Yeah.
This is way on the opposite side of civilization. Yeah. Not even the CCP is doing that.
Exactly. I mean, Australia on this aspect is even worse than China. I mean, China only asks you once to file a paper to ask for permission to leave. They issue your passport, and then you don't have to ask for another permission for 5 years. You just go in and out whenever you want to. Sure, you may be summoned for interviews whenever you come back. Sometimes, not always, almost always you don't, but sometimes you do. But in Australia, you have to apply for a permit exemption to be allowed to leave Australia, and you're only allowed if it's an urgent work-related task or someone has died in your family. So you have to wait for grandma to die to leave Australia. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. I don't care how afraid you are from COVID-19. That's crazy. Period.
Yeah, and while we're on this topic, we could also take a jab at the UK for for fining its subjects if they leave the British Isles.
Yeah, but
£1,500 if it's not an essential trip. It's not an essential trip. Or at least they're more civilized. You can see the difference between.
Yeah, but you can leave.
Yeah, you can leave. Okay, you may get fined when you come back. Well, you can always skip this. Okay, we're gonna have £1,500 to pay the fine when we get back to immigration because I left for a non-essential business.
Yeah, but you can leave.
But yeah, but still, yeah, exactly. You can still leave while in Australia and New Zealand you can't.
Well, I've heard that someone had corrected me on this point. Now you can leave from New Zealand. So the Crown is pleased of its subjects for accepting Wuhanization. So now you can leave from New Zealand.
No, but it wasn't the Crown that decided this. It's definitely the Labour Parliament that decided it.
Oh yeah, that's true. But technically speaking, all bills get royal assent, which actually they're signed by the governor. But
Yeah.
And they still use the terminology of the Crown. But yeah, of course, Her Majesty looks at with disdain at what's happening.
Disappointment, yeah.
Disappointment. But no, seriously, I mean, these kinds of leaders are what they don't. I'm not trying to be melodramatic here. So no, over the long run, NZ will be fine. But over the short run, we will be in a worse position than it could have been, just because this particular cabinet exists, right? Because I'm not taking a jab here, particularly at this lady, Ms. Mahuta. No, I'm talking the whole cabinet because it's not. She wouldn't be speaking this in public if she weren't having the permission, or at least the tacit agreement of Jacinda Ardern, right? Because at least in our government, if you speak in public without the accept of the Prime Minister, you get sacked. And I checked, she wasn't sacked for these comments, so therefore there has to be some tacit agreement among the cabinet. Now, on a more serious note, isn't it possible for Mrs. Ardern to have an accident? I mean, because reading and listening, because I looked for the video because I didn't believe what I was reading, and I'm like, no, this can't, maybe the Telegraph is exaggerating. Sometimes they do, by the way. And I looked for the video, and I'm like, no, they're not. I mean, these people are outright CCP operatives, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be that far-fetched for them to be some kind of CCP conspiracy ring in the Labour Parliament.
It happened before.
Yeah.
Especially
it definitely happened before, but to be this overt and to exactly piss off. How many times did the existence of the Five Eyes Network get threatened in the past? I don't remember any point up until now. And to have such
at least so much in public, no, I don't think it ever happened. Maybe I'm not entirely up to date with the whole history of the Five Eyes Network, so I could be wrong on this one. But at least when it comes to the main happenings related to the Five Eyes Network, there was never a case like this, right? And to have the speaker to come out and say, well, it's not a fracturing of the relation. Of course it is.
Of course it is.
If you have to affirm that in public, of course it is.
Yeah. And it's even more shocking that okay, you may probably look to side with China because that's where you sell most of your exports, but China is not the only fucking country on that side of the planet. You got Japan, you got India, you got your own neighbors in Australia, you got the East Indies archipelago. Yeah, but it's not like you don't have options there.
Yeah, but maybe and I'm speculating. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, in fact. But it sounds to me like the Labour Party gets a lot of stipends, probably denominated in yuan. I'm just saying. If I were in New Zealand right now, I would throw a 1 yuan coin at the minister, right? Because last night I was very busy. That's why I slept less than I should have. I tried to look to buy a lot of coins of 1 and 5 rubli and 1 and 5 yuan, right? Because I need to have as many of them as possible and have them with me, a few of them with me. every time someone is being stupid in public, either pro-Russian or pro-Chinese, to just go to them and give them 5 rublei. 5 rublei, пожалуйста. Or 1 yuan.
Yeah, no, we're taking the joke with 500 rubles for having sent to your account.
Yeah, but 500 rubles, that's too much.
Yeah, but we're taking the joke from the internet, now we're taking it to reality, of course, in much lower sums, because Comrade Putin didn't send us enough money to be approached.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't find a place to buy coins, Chinese coins, or I found a few that sold Chinese coins, but at incredible prices. And with rubles, that was just absolutely crazy. Between 50 euro cents and 1 euro for a coin, for 1 ruble coin, or 5 rubles. I'm sorry, but 1 ruble is a bit over 1 cent, US cent. I'm not giving you 1 euro for it. No! Especially considering that
is it still in circulation though?
Of course it is.
So yeah, that's one thing you consider doing. Go to Russia and stock up on 1 and 5 ruble coins.
Yeah, either that, because I have a friend that is getting ready to travel to Russia, and I'm just gonna have him carry 1 or 2 kilograms of coins. It can be kopeka as well, because some shills are just small Russian shills, and you just give them 5 kopekas.
You just give them kopeks.
Just how I gave to some of the people who study propaganda with me. I don't give them a full shekel. I just give them a fifth of a shekel or half a shekel. The same thing, right? With small Chinese shills and Russian shills, you just give them 5 kopekas. I forgot what is that fen. Fen is the sub-denomination of yuan. So 5 fen. You still have to work a lot for 1 yuan, but this one 5 yuans for this lady. This is top tier Chinese shilling, so 5 yuans for you. Plus 20 social credit score. Amazing. Yeah. But yeah, seriously, you have to take this one seriously. And yeah, I know elections are due only next year, I guess. Only in 24. Unless, I don't know if there is a procedure to recall the prime minister. If there is, start using it. This cabinet is a threat to your national security. In
impressive ways at that.
Yeah, I remember how much boogaloo went into New Zealand law enforcement because trolls on 5chan were sharing videos of the Christchurch shooter, right? Mm-hmm. And some chief of police from whatever in New Zealand went after Kiwi Farms, which is a US-based forum, asking them to take down, because otherwise they'll get fined. And the US administrator of that particular forum was very nice of him. He was a Texan, and basically not so politely told them to fuck off and go fuck themselves. I believe instead of best regards, he pretty much gets get fucked, right? But they went to great length to censor those kinds of things and whatnot. Okay, fine, shocking content, whatever. But then the same apparatus has no reaction to this. And this is a situation where the deep state should step in, if there is one. And I'm sure there is. Every bureaucracy has a deep state. But if there is one and it doesn't intervene, then you're fucked.
Yeah, you deserve whatever's coming to you.
You have to change. Be nice. You have to change the deep state. And by the way, it's doable. There is no such thing as an irreplaceable structure. Everything is replaceable. The cemeteries are full of irreplaceable people. I'm just saying. Again, it's not the first time. Let us not forget. Back in the previous Cold War, what was his name? François Mitterrand. François Mitterrand's cabinet. He called Reagan and said, "I think I might have a KGB mole." And, a guy who sometimes may be from the cabinet, one of the cabinet ministers, may or may not be sharing intel with the KGB. So the CIA started investigating. And lo and behold, yes, there was one who was sharing intelligence with KGB, but there were 3 others who were outright on KGB's payroll. like in a very transparent way.
But at least Mitterrand actually had the common sense to call Reagan. I'm not sure that Jacinda would do that.
Yeah, and he got a lot of flack for that in the Socialist Party for daring to ask for Reagan's help. And of course, they started hating Reagan even more when Reagan said, "Well, should we send the SWAT team, or do you have it?" But yeah, and besides Yashida, who would she call? Joe Biden? I mean, there's that.
At least if you can't call Joe Biden, at least you can call the CIA directly through the network.
She could call Langley. Yeah, that's true. Or Boris, for that matter. I mean. There are ways to work around, but then again, that would assume that Jacinda is not
is not malintentioned.
And just picked up Miss whatever Mahuta, picked her up as an affirmative action minister and had no idea of what's going to happen. Strong doubt, considering her Wuhanization policies over the last 14 months. Strong doubt. But again, I hope I'm wrong. And this is just a diplomatic fuck up, which will be fixed by sacking the minister, replacing her, and I hope I'm wrong. I really love it when I'm wrong on these kinds of issues. Unfortunately, I'm rarely wrong on these issues. That's terrible. Anyway, I guess that will be pretty much it. Gib shekel. As an old Romanian movie says, the hand that doesn't tell a story doesn't get shekel. So I said roughly 5 hours of stories. So gib shekelim. And I'll see you around. Cheers.